Let me boot the game up real quick. Hope everyone's doing as well as they can be right now. But we got tournament action to go to today, so we'll get on that right quick as soon as I finish updating the game. Apparently, shouldn't take too long though. Zammy, how does this bug work exactly? Please let me know. This oxalotl thing, that sounds absolutely insane. Like, I heard about the gyro bomber stuff, but I didn't know that it was working that way for a lot of different units as well. Sweet. Is it all units with multi-shot volleys? That's so weird. They just, like, immediately fire more volleys than they're supposed to, or is it... Oh, if you leave and re-enter, that's really... I'm sure that works really great for game balance. So I'm starting to get a good picture. Well, that's really unfortunate because Oxalotl was already a pretty niche unit, and now he's just going to get banned out so people can't cheese him, which is a big shame. I actually thought he had some interesting interactions just on his own. Like, I found him pretty good for bringing against, like, Nurgle and stuff, where you could, like, use him to counter-shoot the Soul Grinders, because they can't really hit back against him. He was pretty accurate, too, and he did a lot of damage with his little blow darts, so... I don't know. I really hope CA gets on fixing that. They've been better about patching the game, though, lately, so hopefully they're gonna get it sorted out, and we don't have to struggle through banning and counter picking units for like months at a time again. All right, I think let's go see if bracket's up, because we should be kicking off here just about now. We've got a big turnout today. How many people actually ended up signing up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 14 signups today, which is pretty nice. No, not everybody actually ended up checking in for how many people said they would end up playing, but that's still pretty awesome. Let's go see if we can. Let's go see if we can cast Stelios for the first game. Stelios is playing Empire today, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be perfect. Alright. Get away from builds, so I don't give anybody's game plan up. And what's the first map for the day? I just got back from camping actually, so I'm scrambling here at the last minute. I'm not very caught up on what exactly we're doing today. Oh, okay. I mean, we got some different maps here today for sure. I love Kassar's Cursed Oasis. It's gonna be a fun game 4, man. And Rifts is a good semis map, and Road for the finals, always a good choice. But Dried Floodplain for the first map is definitely going to be a little different because it's not one that it gets chosen pretty often. But it's been a minute since I've seen people actually playing on it. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Doing a last little bit of rearranging here. Yeah, dude, it was freaking cold. Oh my god. So cold camping. Almost froze to death. But we pulled it off. We made it out alive. Ugh. Welcome to the stream, guys. It's nice to have y'all here. So, Empire and Chaos Dowie for the first game. I mean, it's definitely a pretty interesting matchup. I do feel like Empire has a bit of an edge just because they've got they do have cannons. Cannons, like the multi-cannon models, the like proper artillery ones, are very good at shutting down a lot of the Chaos Dwarf ranged units. But the Chaos Dowie, they can get around that oftentimes just by avoiding playing into that particular style. We'll see how Zegan chooses to play it here. But I wouldn't be super surprised to see a really wide Chaos Dwarf build. Is it going to be an artillery war? Maybe. I mean, this is a better map than some for Chaos Dwarves because you've got the really deep set like tree line that you can stick your Death Shriek launchers behind. Those would be pretty safe to bring here and on this particular map. But on a lot of them, if you bring like magma cannons or trains, Dreadquake mortars, stuff like that, they're going to get outranged by the Empire artillery and they'll get gunned down. I mean, the Empire artillery is really accurate and it hits really hard and it outvalues the Chaos Dwarf shooting pretty badly. But if the Chaos Dowie go with like a nice wide Chowie Warrior line with some Hobgoblins backing them up, focus on bringing the Wolf Raider archers and a lot of mobility, they can play this matchup a lot better going that style, in my opinion. It usually ends up playing a little bit better for them. And there's some limited applications, I think, for bringing, maybe like the Iron Demon or something, stuff that's really good at chewing through the Empire State Trooper lines, because those can be a little bit difficult for Chaos Dowie to deal with if they don't have their artillery on standby, because that usually is how Chaos Dowie do like big burst damage in these matchups. But, so, here we go, man. So we got Volkmar the Grim, I assume on the Chariot. Yeah, on the Chariot, that's going to be really cool. He got big buffs this patch. He's much better now. I did some testing with him, and he's back to, like, Warhammer 2 days, where he's actually pretty brutal to go up against. We've got double mortars in the build. We've got Grundle's Defenders. Maybe going to jump back there and help protect the cannon crews, or the mortar crews, and give them that Fizz Res buff. A lot of RORs in this Empire build, actually. And we do have Astrogoth, we've got Goblin Laborers, Orc Laborers. Pretty wide line, like I was thinking, might be a pretty good choice here for Zegan. And he does have the Iron Demon mixed in here. And no cannons for the Empire in the opening. But they do have the Huntsman ROR as well as the Silver Bullets. And Silver Bullets are really good at gunning down those big, like, SE type targets. And they're really accurate too, so they might be able to get after this big old war machine here. But it might be able to do enough damage to chew through the front line and get the Chaos Dowey up on the shooting line for the Empire, because that can be kind of hard for the Empire to handle. If they can't keep their spearmen, halberds, and swordsmen alive a little bit to buffer for their missiles, they can have a really hard time recovering in these very tight, compact, like, Dom maps. You know, especially where there isn't a home objective that you can sit comfortably on, and you've got to really, like, play these objectives aggressively. You do have heavy cavalry. Those are going to be very important for the Empire. And we'll see how they're going to be able to handle the Iron Demon. Royal Altar of Griffites might do pretty well. Astrogoth is going to be coming in here. Doesn't have the hammer, so he's not going to be getting that sick 50% buff to his weapon strength, as well as imbuing fire weakness. But he'd have a pretty hard time getting after Volkmar anyways. Volkmar can be very difficult for similarly, like, statted, speedy characters to get after him. Just because of his mass, he can kind of run away decently from characters like Astrogoth and just push through his own lines and, like, drag you through the mud. And Astrogoth doesn't have amazing mass. He's got 2,500, which is better than most infantry-sized foot characters. I don't know if people remember when he came out at first. He had, like, 4,000 mass, and it was very goofy watching him just, like, bulldoze over monstrous infantry and stuff. They toned him down after a while. And he'll probably be a little bit better than most characters would be at getting after this guy. But whether he's going to be able to take him out is another issue entirely, because Volkmar can just kind of run over foot characters and just drag them through the mud all game long. So we're kicking it off, and the Goblin Laborers, they're going to be moving up a little bit, just scooting forward for the #1 objective. We've got a big line here, just, like, bundled up together. Infernal Guard Fireglaves, Chowie Warriors, Hobgoblin Archers, the whole shebang. Posting up in the woods here, which I do like. You can form a very nice firing line here in this particular tree line. It'll keep you decently safe from a lot of artillery and even missiles shooting from the other tree cover. Really, you want these guys in here so that you can fire out and control these two objectives. And I do like using the Goblin Laborers to push up and get some assistance from the Demon's Tongue here. Iron Demon, it's got the Discourage effect on its flamethrower here, and it's going to weather some fire here for sure. The Huntsman ROR, the White Wolves, they're getting some good fire in here with their bonus versus large missiles. But Demon's Tongue just rolling right in on top of them is going to absolutely flatten these guys. If the Empire can't get in position, they do get a good volley off from the Silver Bullets, though, taking a nice chunk out. And Zegan, with some pretty good micro, is going to just be maneuvering back, trying to stay out of range of the worst of those shots. I'm curious if he's going to have a Demon Smith Sorcerer, the hero character, to pop some heals on this guy. That got a little bit of a cost reduction recently. Not a tremendous one, and Chariots right now, and the War Machines, taking some big damage in the early game from the missile lines. Infernal Guard Fireglaves getting a really nice volley, taking almost 2,000 HP off of Volkmar here. 1,500 right off the bat. He does have his healing item. Jade Griffin's going to keep him nice and healthy for a while, but Stelios definitely needs to get him out of this position. He's going to take a pounding here. And as nice as that healing is, you really don't want to just give up space on your heal cap for free. And this is a lot of AP shooting here. I mean, there's two Fireglaves chilling in the woods here. You can hear them popping off with those muskets right now. They sound like blasters from like a sci-fi game. It's very funny. Love these guys. Popping the Grand Shield of Faith to give himself 20% resistance. Gonna help him wheel out of here, but he's taken a huge pounding so far. Maybe a bit of a silver lining is that Stelios knows where the gun line is now, and he might be able to start posting up to deal with that in a minute here. He does have the mortars. They are just about in range, and Zegan is just kind of scooting out right in front of the trees here, giving the mortars a really good path in to start dealing good damage to those fire glaives. Mortars don't have great AP, but it's still worth hitting these very compact formations with those mortar shots. They do really good splash damage if they get square hits. Really good Flamestorm coming down here, just wrecking the Huntsman ROR here. White Wolf's taking nasty damage. They've got about 1,000 HP left and getting a big follow-up from the Infernal Guard, who are firing in here, and they'll probably be breaking these guys' leadership. There they go. They're going to be running, but a nice response. What is this? Oh, a Chain Lightning. Not a particularly common spell, but getting a really nice cast here on two bunched up missile units. Really good micro from Zegan, though, spreading out here and avoiding the worst of that vortex damage, man. Really nice. And Chain Lightning's an interesting tech because it does have really good AP splits on its damage. Astrogoth is going crazy back here. Helped get rid of these Spearmen with shields. Orc Laborers coming in to stuff the Empire State Troopers up here. Free Company Militia suffering under the weight of attacks from the Demon's Tongue, which has 1,200 value just rolling around the battlefield, being an absolute nightmare for these guys right now. Bit of a miss micro getting the Bull Centaurs on top of Halberds. They were going after Volkmar. Stelios with some good micro, pushing him back through to get some good damage on those very nasty monstrous infantry. And Astrogoth needs to be careful. He is fighting on top of great swords, and they may not be the best unit in the world, but they do have really good AP weapon strength. They've got a decent bonus versus infantry as well, and they're just chewing through his HP right now, with supporting fire from the Silver Bullets, who are applying some really good damage. In addition, Cascading Fire Cloak going down on Astrogoth, and man, the Demon's Tongue, just relentless, going right into the backfield. And this is what I was kind of talking about. Without good buffering against the pressure into the missile line, there's no other shooting back here to peel for the Silver Bullets, and these guys really need to get out of here. There need to be some Empire Cav or something along those lines to come in, stop up the train here, and keep it locked in. But what is this coming in here? We got a volley coming in from some just plain old Huntsmen, getting some nice damage on top of the train now. That was a really good volley, honestly, getting about 800 HP off of this thing, but it is chewing through the Silver Bullets, who are routing now. Volkmar is about to go down here. He's on top of the Bull Centaur renders. The Hobgoblin Sneaky gets Ogla Khan's boys. We've got the Chowie Warriors coming in here, dealing with all of the Empire State Troopers, and with Volkmar going down, man, that's going to be really rough for the Empire to come back from. They're going to start experiencing some pretty serious leadership problems now. And, man, I mean, Volkmar had a lot of room on his healing cap still, and he took a huge pounding in the early game. Sometimes it's the better part of Valor is running away and getting your Lord healthy again, especially if he's got that passive healing access. He just really wasn't able to get the work done that he needed, and Flamestorm's coming down here, doing good damage to the Knights of the Black Rose and the Great Swords. Good overlapping fire from the Hobgoblin Archers, man. What are these guys up to? Man, they're just about paying for themselves. Doing pretty nicely here. Nothing stupendous, but anytime you've got Gobbo units actually getting in there and just being mean and green, that's a pretty good day for you. Man, look at the Infernal Guard Fireglaves taking a very aggressive position forward. They are going to stop up this charge really nicely with that charge defense against large. Knights of the Black Rose definitely be going down here. I don't care how cool your helmets are. It's no match for a futuristic musket in a fantasy setting. Bad times for those guys. Hobgoblins screaming down the hillside, going right after the Huntsman here, and Empire is just fully pushed back along the lines here, having a really hard time resecuring their position. But the Royal Altdorf Griffites have come out now. Very expensive hammer and anvil type unit, and it looks like making the right call here, keeping them as far back from the worst of the shooting as possible. There is only one Fireglaive on the field left. Looks like the other one has taken enough damage to get rid of it. Really nice lancing charge right down the flank of the hobgoblins. And going to help peel for these Free Company militia who are going to be able to push up out of the trees now. Terror routes going down on both of the hobgoblin units. Although Stelios is going to throw in the towel there. And I guess that was the right call. Pretty far behind. Maybe could have played it out there. Would have been a lot easier said than done. Look at the value on the Fireglaves. 1900 here, 1400 here, big value on both of them. And the Demon's Tongue, I believe, definitely paying for itself. I think it's 1800, getting almost 2000 there. Big performances from the elites for the Chowie here. Volkmar, little lackluster there, but Celestial Wizard was doing pretty nicely. Maybe with a little bit more targeting of those chain lightnings, being a little more patient, chipping through the gun line. And the Empire might have been able to make a little bit more impact out there on the field. Mortars, they struggled a little bit. They helped get some kills. They were getting some decent value, but once the front line for the Empire crumbled, especially without Volkmar around to help buffer up leadership and keep those guys in line and on target, like I said, once you get pushed back, it can be really hard to recontest. Really well played from Zegan there, man. Alright. I'm going to jump out here. Pretty soon we'll have some people dropping replays in. I'll just go in, I'll drag and drop them in my folder as we go along, and we'll jump back in to do some casts. I'm trying to think if I've got any, I feel like I've got some good Chaos Dowie matches. Oh, but there was an update. So all of these replays are probably kind of messy now, but if you want to see some more good Chowie play, go check out my, I think actually this is going to be going up later today, this Legion of Asgore versus Karaz Karak match. That's going to be a good one. I don't think it's gone up. I know I set a bunch of videos to go up while I was gone. I don't remember what order I did them in. I do know that I had a match go up to show off how ridiculous the steam tanks still are. Master Engineer just like rolling over an entire army of like Chowie warriors and the like, just absolutely rampaging through them. Definitely one of the units that I'm seeing a lot of people kind of banning out. I've been catching up a little bit here. I'll jump out here and I'll show it off for you. Here we go. So we've got the this is the new player tournament page, but jumping out here for Chicken Feed's Sunday Pick 3 Band 1 tournament. I see that he's got quite a few unit restrictions. It seems like people are kind of getting coy to a lot of the units that are still massively overperforming now. A lot of the usual suspects. Thunderbarge is banned. Gyro Bombers. Apparently, a lot of these multi-volley units, like Gyro Bombers and Oxalotl, and the Thunderbarge have some kind of I guess it's a bug, I don't know, but some kind of exploit going on where if you like run them in and out of their range, they'll just fire like rounds off endlessly and use up all their ammo immediately and just delete stuff from the game, which is a little cheesy. Probably not the most useful thing in some scenarios, but against really expensive tall builds, I can see how that would just completely ruin the experience for everyone. Land ships and steam tanks. I don't think all the steam tanks and land ships need to be banned. I think that the worst offender is the Master Engineer, just because that's your lord for the Empire wrapped up in just an extremely oppressively powerful unit that gets healing from forest magic, which doesn't make any sense to me. I'm still waiting for CA to maybe address that, but other than that, I think if you want to leave open the option to bring a steam tank or a land ship. I don't think they're so obnoxious that they make it unplayable for everybody else, because at that point you're paying a pretty big premium, and you don't just have an invincible lord at that point, so you can actually like deal with the rest of the army, and the steam tank and the land ship can sort of be ignored or counter-fired by like the relevant units that can counter-target them. I think that's probably how I'm going to be going through with my tournaments in the future, with just the Master Engineer band. But gyrocopters and the bolt throwers, both limited yet again. Bit sad. Gyros are a little less bad though now. At least they don't just run endlessly and still obliterate your army as they're flying over the top of you. That was a pretty good change. It's made them a little bit more manageable now. Alright, you know what? While we're waiting for some replays, I'm going to jump in. I'll do a little bit of a build and see, like what I think would have been really nice for Empire to have in that last match. Because I do like Volkmar. He's really good in that matchup, I think. Having the Jade Griffin and having him on the War Shrine, he can be vulnerable to shooting, but he's pretty tough to kill as long as you keep him away from the worst of the gun lines and hard-hitting artillery, which on most maps, Empire are going to have a little bit of a better trade on. Being on floodplain where there's big tree lines that they can kind of hide stuff behind, it's a little bit harder to counter the Chowie war machines and such. But he's good at peeling through the Chowie front line, which Empire's going to struggle against. They do tend to have a bad time when there's silver-shielded, high melee defense warriors in front of them. State Troopers are just not good at getting through that. Great Swords, they're a little bit too expensive in that matchup, and they're very vulnerable to shooting, which Chowie still, even without having like super dominant war machines in this matchup, can still do good damage against them with the Fire Glaives, Blunderbusses, even Hobgoblin Archers, and the Wolf Raider Archers can do good poke against Great Swords. So, Volkmar, just to help peel the front line, you can just bring Grandhammer and the Shield of Faith here. That's probably going to be enough on the abilities. Benediction and Divine Power. Divine Power causes like miscasts more often. It's pretty situational. I don't think it's super worth it. Benediction, not really great when he's on the War Altar because you want him to stay on the move. So he's not going to be applying that extra leadership around him. And he already has an Encourage, so he's already giving a little bit of support to the front line. And Grand Soulfire, not super applicable against the heavily armored Chowie warriors that you're probably going to see a lot of. He already has good tools for that. And, I don't know, this is better in matchups against, like, undead and stuff, where you're trying to chew through zombies, which are a little bit harder for Volkmar to just deal with the sheer numbers of. And this just doesn't have any AP to speak of for the Chowie warriors. But I like the RORs. They are a good answer and a good option to bring out in the opening. I don't know if you need the White Wolves here, though. I mean, you can see how much of a premium you're paying for them. Just regular Huntsman's probably enough. I mean, really all you're getting on top of these guys is Encourage and Immune to Psychology over the regular Huntsman and some more stats, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're a little bit better as a hybrid fighter. I just don't think it's worth paying the 250 gold extra. You can cut down on that and just bring like an Empire Knight in the opening. Because then you can kind of protect the mortar backfield against early dives. And also go in and help out your spearmen on the front line, who are going to struggle, as I've been saying, in this matchup. More often than not, at least. I mean, very rarely are you going to win the front line grind against the Chaos Dwarves' Empire. But the rest of the build that I saw looked good. I mean, Royal Altar of Griffites are crazy right now because of the Glorious Charge, as well as causing terror. They just debuff everything around them with the leadership effects that Glorious Charge provides, and they just terror out everything. They're really strong currently. I do kind of like it. You didn't see them too terribly often. I think it's kind of shifted the meta around for Empire pretty nicely. More Empire Knights is always a good option. I do like Knights of the Black Rose. Probably don't need more than one, because both Centaur Renders and good shooting from the Chaos Dwarves can make it pretty hard to keep these guys safe. The Free Company Militia were nice. They're very effective here. You can probably bring like maybe just 3 is good. And what else do you bring? I think another handgun would be nice, or maybe actually cut down on 1 Free Company and you can bring Sterling's Revenge, because they fill that same hybrid role. They've got the AP missiles though, which is just extra shooting, and you can like back up the silver bullets in your huntsmen, keep them a little safer against the really gnarly war machines that are on the table for those evil Dowie. And Wizard as well. I really like the Chain Lightning here. Where is it? Am I tripping? What the heck is it? Oh, there it is. It is. It's right there in front of my face. So you can just cut down everything. Maybe you can bring Power Stone, Chain Lightning, and then Wind Blast isn't bad, because you can, it doesn't have great AP, but if you overcast it, it's got some. And then it can also, at base, do really well against Hobgoblin Archer lines, which you will see semi-regularly, potentially. And it's also not bad against Cavalry, too. So, if you're not casting Chain Lightning directly on top of the Chowie gun lines, then you still got a little bit of flexibility with the spell here. From there, I think you can just play around with whatever you want. I mean, maybe some Outriders wouldn't be bad. You can go like really heavy into the Kite, because these guys have very hard-hitting shooting, and they're very maneuverable, so you can get around the flanks of the Chowie front lines and just pelt in against their reinforcing units. And they're still quick enough to get away from Wolf Raiders, as long as you're on top of your micro. So, something along those lines would be pretty good, I think. Alright, cool. Getting our first replays of the day. So let me go move some stuff around. I've got to return some videotapes. Number 3 replays popping in here. Alright guys. We've got Zami versus Silverpin here. Vampirates versus High Elves is pretty rough for the Vampire Coast. Any faction that has long-range archers, especially ones that are pretty accurate, like the High Elves have, isn't great for the Vampire Coast. It's pretty difficult for them to deal with just because all of their stuff is so poorly armored. You really are relying on getting up on the points and just getting enough burst damage in the early game to deal with them, so that your very expensive like deck gunners and other such units don't just get chipped down. But we do have a bit of a mix-up here. Zami's bringing Queen Bess of all things. How often do you see this in a tournament match? Really awesome unit. Does obnoxious amounts of damage. It's going to be very funny to see if it actually lands square, because it'll just outright delete some of these units here. I mean, archers and spearmen are very bunched up formations. Even against rangers, which are a little bit more spread out, it'll do really well against. Probably not going to hit Illyrian Reavers, just because the actual projectile is so slow. I mean, it's so telegraphed, you're like seeing it a mile away, so quicker units, they're rarely going to get hit by that. They can just maneuver out of the way. Very good early aggression onto the points from Zami. Getting up on the number 1, starting to cap. We do have Tyrion coming in. Tyrion does have Sunfang on tap. Sunfang, very powerful wind spell and very good against lightly armored targets, which, you know, like I said, if you've checked the Vampire Coast roster at any point whatsoever, you're seeing like 15 armor across the board on a lot of their targets. Rotting Prometheans and Depth Guard are really the only units with anything to speak of in that department. So I like the Sunfang choice. Very nice niche ability to use in this matchup. And it has unlimited charges. It's worth noting. I mean, it recharges in melee, which is where Tyrion wants to be anyways. He's got that crazy heal in the Heart of Avalorn. You can see how well the archers are doing in the opening here. Just ripping apart this gunnery mob. These zombies here, Zami a little bit indecisive on what he wants to do exactly. Kind of hard to make that decision when you're taking such withering fire in the opening here. And we do have Burning Head on the Mage of Fire back here, as well as the Starwood Staff. This is a really good ability. 3 uses out of this, and you get an extra... how many wins? I'm doing the math real quick in my head. I think if you get all of its casts off, you get like an extra 16 or so. Big damage from Queen Bess. Actually lands a shot on the Spearman. Obliterates this unit. Next follow-up shot does miss, unfortunately, for the Vampire Coast. And Coast is struggling here in the early game, man. We've got War Lions running around in the backfield here. Scurvy Dogs are kind of pushing them back. Scurvy Dogs going to do some really good damage on the charge against the War Lions. War Lions don't want to be fighting Deckhands and the Scurvy Dogs, but they'll do pretty good in a vacuum against the Doggos here. Bowline's doing nicely. Another huge Queen Bess shot. I keep missing them for you guys. I'm so sorry. But here we go. We'll see if it actually lands on these guys. Flying in over the top. Way off target, though. Landing a little bit out of position there. And Vampire Coast does get up on the #1 objective here. Lamprey's Revenge sitting very safely on top of it. And helping get the zombie push going a little bit. Zombies do need to just keep moving forward, collapsing this line and putting pressure on the High Elves micro elsewhere. And the poor War Lions, you know, they're good against infantry targets, but maybe a little bit more than they can chew with the Scurvy Dogs here that are all over them. Nice little Burning Head there, getting some good damage. Queen Bess targeting the next line of archers. Oh, fat damage. Not the squarest hit ever, but you can see, even with just a little bit of a miss there, hitting the back end of the unit still takes off about 1/3 of the HP off these archers, man. Illyrian Reavers getting really aggressive into the front line. A big wave of High Elf Cavalry coming in, but getting a little trapped up here. Way too many units blobbed up here. And Mourngul's coming in response with what looks like, yeah, the deckhand with polearms. Don't want to be charging these polearm zombies with the Illyrian Reavers. These guys are decent melee combatants, but that bonus versus large and the good AP on here, it's going to really start to chew into the HP pools on a pretty squishy cavalry unit. So these Illyrian Reavers, if they don't pull out, are going to be losing really badly there. More Queen Bess damage. Looks like they are pushing off the archers nicely. Fireborn coming out, running over some Scurvy Dogs, but Carronade shots coming in now. Carronade finding the perfect target in the Fireborn here. And really good response, seeing that the Fireborn are out on the field, pulling some Mournguls out with their stalk to sit in front of the Carronade here. And Deck Gunner's getting some nice overlapping fire. In addition, Fireborn are going to have to go just hell for leather to try and get on top of all of this shooting that's tearing them apart now. Down to about half health already, and they've only been out for just a minute here. The only damage they've done to speak of is some Scurvy Dogs, which really isn't quite enough. Tyrion, looks like Tyrion's been getting pounded by those Carronades too, potentially. Really nice Melkoths as well, punishing the Fireborn, and Fireborn is just getting dragged through the mud right now. Absolute ruination on these guys. I mean, this is a 1,700 gold unit. They've only gotten 340 value now. They're getting jumped on by Fellbats and Mournguls now. And with the good, just really good buffering from Zami. Really nice layering of units to get on top of a much more expensive tool piece here. Really starting to chew through those guys and get some good damage. Lamprey's Revenge doing a really nice job of clearing through these spearmen. That's a pretty good use of Flaming Sword of Ruin on top of these spearmen, but Lamprey's Revenge are just kind of pushing past them now, getting on top of the archers, and pretty nice having Illyrian Reavers get in there. They do take a big shot from Queen Bess as well, getting some pretty good value on this artillery piece, man. 1,100. And Illyrian forcing a lot of mobility out from the High Elves and diving so deep into the backfield here. Pretty nice micro, though, getting up and around the halberds who are trying to defend here in the backfield. We'll see if Zami is able to bring anything out to punish what remains of these Illyrian Reavers. Another volley coming out here. We'll see where this lands. Probably going to land square on top of these spearmen. Looking pretty promising. Obliterates the back half of that formation there and destroying their leadership. They might actually rout there. Does look like they rally, but we do have the Lamprey's Revenge getting real aggressive here. Staying on top of the archers. Really nice aggression here from Zami. Controlling the #1 objective, but tickets are starting to become a concern. The High Elves have kept Zami pushed back for quite a while. Zami is doing a pretty good job of dealing with a lot of the mobility that the High Elves have on the field, but we do have Tyrion, we do have a Fire Mage to deal with the deckhand mobs, and there are cap concerns. I mean, it's getting close to triple cap territory. Not a lot of tickets for the Vampire Coast here, and Fireborn actually finding a way onto the Carronade after shutting down this deck gunner unit, running out of tools to buffer off of the very expensive elite cavalry. And you've got to love the patience from Silverpin there. I mean, taking big damage on the Fireborn, realizing the dive isn't going to work, running away, and then waiting for your opponent to get their attention split elsewhere, and then re-engaging. Really nice. Queen Bess, though, does manage to persevere through the Illyrian Reaver dive. I do believe the artillery crew got a little bit of an HP buff, if I'm not mistaken, and Scurvy Dogs just swarm all over the Illyrian Reavers there, chewing them up, spitting them out, leaving the shattered carcasses of these elite elven warriors back here, while this haggard old barnacle crew jumps right back on their artillery piece to continue punishing the High Elf infantry and archer lines. Been doing a really good job so far. Fireborn, they're not having any of it. They're going right back in there. They didn't hear no bell. Going all out. Hell for leather to deal with that thing. Rangers and the Zombie Pirate deckhand mobs both avoiding disaster there, as the shot from Queen Bess does kind of land in between them in no man's land. And Lamprey's Revenge with 1,650 value so far. Firing those blunderbusses is a very underrated aspect of their toolkit, is just how punishing those blunderbusses that they're firing on top are. They do get rid of the spearmen here. There's some very tattered archers shooting at them, doing their very best to try and get rid of these guys. Looks like the Fireborn... Oh my god, the Fireborn were not able to finish the crew here. The handguns and some Fellbats doing just enough here to actually push these guys off. But at least they paid for themselves. They got 1,900 value, which isn't terrible. Illyrian Reavers doing a good job of maneuvering over. And Silverpin's kind of evened up the value deficit that he was looking at. And holding on to all three objectives, actually. And... man, the High Elves are just controlling and dominating the pace of the frontline engagement. And as nice as the trades have been for the missile play, the Rangers and the Spearmen have not been dealt with very efficiently by the Vampire Coast. And they're just hanging in here. Tyrion still out on the field, finding Count Noctilus in the fourth quarter here, chipping away at his health, doing big damage to him. Count Noctilus is a good fighter, but Tyrion is just sauced to the gills. Feint and Riposte is available for him when he needs it. He's got just crazy stats in general. And, you know, 60 melee defense, not nearly enough to deal with the 83 that Tyrion's looking at here. And down goes Noctilus. And looks like the High Elves are going to be taking over this game here. Really scrappy play. I was really worried for a bit there. Zami had Silverpin on the ropes, but just continuing to be aggressive into the backfield, eventually getting on top of the really squishy shooting, and all of the nice, juicy tools that the Vampire Coast has really gotten the High Elves in a dominant position here in the late game. And I think it's too little too late. You're double capped here. Do flip the number 2. But just nothing durable out here in the front line. Like, no depth guard to speak of to maybe just sit on an objective. Lamprey's Revenge have kind of been fighting in no man's land for quite a while. Not just keeping them up here on the number 1 objective to anchor this with Noctilus as well as some zombies, and always having one objective that your opponent's trying to jostle you off of, probably would have been a pretty good position to be in. You could have pushed through the forest to avoid the worst of the bow fire, and just use Scurvy Dogs to try and capture the number 3 if you need to. Yeah, Scurvy Dogs do a lot for Vampire Coast. This is a hard matchup. There are a lot of really nice answers to them here, but just playing safe with them and forcing overextends is the way for Vampire Coast in this matchup, but not today. High Elves making a big comeback there. Very, very nicely played by Silverpen. Persevering through some very bad trades in the early game, and just staying on top with the shooting and using what remained of the Archer line to deal with the deckhand mob pushes and just isolating the Lamprey's Revenge up there. Just slowly chipping them down with Spearmen. I mean, you know, you fed a lot of value to this unit. 314 kills, 2100 value. But at the end of the day, if you've got them occupied off of the objectives, they're not really doing the best job that they possibly could be there. Noctilus didn't get great value. Did get a couple of Melkoths that I saw, but just not being as cost-effective as he possibly could be. Getting hounded down by Tyrion doesn't help matters either. Shade Wraith Gunners, they came out there at the end. They were doing a little bit of chip, and Scurvy Dogs did alright. It's just the age-old problem for Vampire Coast. Burning heads, archer fire, cheap anti-infantry units, just slowly grinding through their very poor quality infantry and removing them from play. Keeping them pinned back and off the objectives until it's just a little too late for the old coast here. Alright, guys. We're going to go find some more replays. Now, looks like the first round might be about over, actually. Take a look here. Yeah, we are going to be on the second round. Let's go see if we can jump in and do a live game, and then I'll come back to do some more replays. Anybody got spectate? No, it doesn't look like it. That's okay. We'll go ahead and do some of these replays that I'm downloading now. And then once we get deeper in, we'll jump in once we kind of see how the bracket is shaping up, and I can show off the last couple rounds so that we can get a view on who might be making it into the top 4 today. Yup. Ooh. Alright. Jumping right back in. We've got Medic BN versus Sticky Woogie. That's a great name. You gotta love it. And we've got Tzeentch versus Dowie here, man. I've seen some pretty gnarly battles between these two forces. Tzeentch does have some pretty good tools to chew through the Dowie, but Dowie with the really powerful missile lines and shielded archer units are kind of the bane of the Tzeentchian force's existence. Excuse me. The pink horrors can struggle to trade efficiently because they're quite expensive. Rangers are 425 gold, if I'm not mistaken. You've got these pink horrors that are 700 gold, and they have no real way to mitigate shooting other than their phys res and the overshield they have, which is decent. It's going to help them out a little bit, but the bronze shields and silver shields that Rangers and Quarrelers have, respectively, a little bit more consistent in protecting those guys from missile fire. So we'll see how Tzeentch's going to play it here. We do have Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are pretty good in this matchup. They can do a really good job of intercepting Dowie reinforcements, but need to be really careful here because the Grudge Thrower, despite being a catapult, is pretty effective at firing against cavalry. May not do as consistent damage just because of the slower missile speed and being a little bit more inaccurate, but still, those rocks hurt. I mean, it's like a 100-pound stone smacking you in the face. I don't care how big and strong you are. That's some bone-hurting juice that I wouldn't want to have to deal with. Chaos Knights are going to rock right out onto the number 3 objective here, though. I mean, I do like trying to get on it and cap it early, but first shot's coming in. Chipping through those shields, next volley is going to start taking models off those guys. We do have Ekron's Miners moving up, a really nice Blue Fire. Blue Fire is pretty powerful against Dowie. They do have pretty good damage resistance. Persevering through the worst of it. It's a little bit better if you can like layer it with some Flamer Fire, because then you're applying Warp Flame and it's helping these guys just get extra damage on their first volley, as well as them also applying Warp Flame later. They'll get really good damage if you layer those up nicely. So a little bit better to play into it in conjunction with one another. Goblobber out here too. I missed that there were 2 artillery pieces, and there you go, man. Chaos Knights losing their shields, getting hammered by the Grudge Thrower here. Looks like it took out 10 models. Oh my goodness. Brutal, brutal damage from the Grudge Thrower in the early game. And those Chaos Knights, man, they'd be much better off getting in here and intercepting reinforcements. That's where they're best. They do a very good job of just bothering the dwarves. Dwarves, you cannot let waddle up to the points for free. They're very slow with their infantry. You've got to punish that as much as possible. Really nice volleys here from the Ekron's Miners, roasting out some Tzeentch Marauders, obliterating this unit. Really nice value in the early game from the Dowie, who are taking a nice value lead. Wasting some shots on the Dwarf Warriors. That's a lot of shields to be firing into. Not getting a lot out of. Furies, they're flying overhead. They are pushing back the Rangers. Rangers could turn and shoot. I do believe that the Furies are going after the Gyros, so any damage you can do to the Furies to peel for those War Machines would be really nice for the Dwarves here. Good position with the Great Weapon Warriors up on the number 3. I do like mixing in a couple of those guys just to deal with any potential Chaos Warrior pushes that Tzeentch is trying to pull off. Flamer's getting danger close here. I don't know where they're going, but they're a very squishy unit. Ranger Fire layered up right up on them right now would not one-shot them, but certainly put them within crumbling range. And Demonic Instability, as punishing as it is, they take like 1,000, 1,500 value of damage here, and they'll probably just crumble right out for the Dwarves. But back here, the Furies get right on top of those Brimstone guns, rip them to pieces, and now we've got the Chaos Knights running over some Rangers out here. Flamers do get out of range of the they get out of range of the Rangers, funnily enough, just in time before they take tremendous damage. And the Chaos Knights took big damage early, but they got their shields back. They've come out here and they've flattened this Ranger unit with a good dive from the Furies as well, pushing back the other Ranger. And a good response, getting away from the open field where that Grudge Thrower is going to do damage against these guys. Running right through the Ekron's Miners now. And flattening the remainder of this unit. Doing a really nice job of maybe securing this for Tzeentch here. Pink Horrors, they've done alright. They've gotten a little bit of damage. Shooting at the Ekron's Miners as well, it looks like. And now they're firing against Rangers. Low armor on these guys. Bronze shields is their only way of really limiting the big burst potential of these horrors. Blasting charge is doing good work from the Iron Breakers, but only getting through the overshields, and the second remainder of the volley probably not going to do enough to really chew through these guys. Pink Horrors do need to leave here. They do not want to engage Iron Breakers in the front. Just replace with the Marauders. I'd love to see the Flamers get over here. They're roasting down these Dowie Warriors here, which is a really good call. Getting some really nice value on those guys, but getting up onto the flank of the Ironbreakers here and finishing them off would be huge for the Dwarves. Dwarves do have the number 1 objective. They do have the number 3 still, but it does look like the number 2 is pretty securely held by Tzeentch. A really nice response as the Dwarf Warriors get up here, rallying the Chaos Knights to respond to these guys, hammering them down. Need to get the cycle charging going so you're not taking big AP hits from the Dwarf Warriors. I mean, 32 weapon strength, 24 of that being AP. That can get pretty punishing pretty quickly in a prolonged combat. And value trading going very poorly for Tzeentch. Despite some of the good plays, coming a little bit too late, taking a lot of damage on Furies, who are looking pretty battered out here and kind of being forgotten about. You've got to be very on point with your Fury play against Dwarves. Furies are your bread and butter here. They are very good at diving backlines. They're good at getting on top of Slayers. They're very important for shutting down gyrocopters and artillery pieces, and just leaving them out in the open field to get shot down by the Rangers really isn't the way. You've really got to make better effect out of those guys, but it's a live and learn. This is not an easy matchup for Tzeentch. As I said, Dowie do have a lot of really good tools to deal with the range for Tzeentch. They've got pretty good aerial units that can answer a lot of stuff. They can punish the Exalted Lords of Change pretty well, too. Look at the Gyrocopter Brimstone guns, man. Coming in here with those flamethrowers and roasting this very poorly armored Tzeentchian Lord. Down to 4,300 HP, trying to get out of here now. Belegar, noticing that there's nothing stopping this cap from coming in right now. Maneuvering over and taking a lot of focus fire right now. But the nice thing about him, he's on foot. Flamers have a pretty bad time of hitting smaller targets. You can see they're really not getting any damage to speak of on him here. And he's just going to persevere through the Exalted, or not the Exalted Pink Horrors, just the regular Pink Horrors. Going to persevere through their fire with that Silver Shield and crazy high armor, 120. Basically not going to take any base weapon damage there. They do have okay AP, but that's where the Silver Shield comes in for them. Good dive from the Furies. They're getting on top of some of the Slayers and the Iron Breakers, but it's a little bit hazardous here. It's not the best fight for them. Finally, Flamers turning their attention to the Iron Breakers. This really needed to happen a little bit earlier. Flamers really struggling to provide a lot of value. Just barely paying for themselves here, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, they're 850, and this is a very powerful unit. You've really got to be on top of your micro if you're going to bring Flamers. They're not as consistent as the Changebringers are at getting good LOS and getting good volleys off. But done correctly, you can absolutely win there. And you do not want to just lose value here. They're so bad in combat, you might as well just keep them away and then unsummon them to get the cost rebate for, you know, just to bring something that might be a little bit better at getting through the Iron Breakers here. Dowie are doing a great job of just layering fire wherever they can to deal with what units are being caught. We've got Screamers back here. They do get rid of a Gyrocopter, but they do get dragged into range of the Rangers here. They're taking pretty big shots here. Screamers are a very squishy unit. They have very low HP for the number of models they have. 4,600 on 16 models really is nothing. I mean, if you're comparing them to, like, Khorne Tours, Khorne Minotaurs have almost 8,000 HP for the 16 models they have. So you don't love to see your Screamers getting roasted by Ranger fire there. Doom Knights, they're doing their best, man, but I think this is a little bit of an inefficient unit here. I do understand the appeal of bringing them to go after the gyros. And they would be, maybe they're pretty good at getting through and disrupting Ranger lines. So maybe I just need to see a little bit more on-point play with these guys to get the best idea of how to use them. But I'm actually kind of surprised. Flamers held up pretty decently in melee combat here. And with the Doom Knights, they actually push back the Iron Breakers here. They're supporting the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, who are moving up to the number 1. But Dowie have just been holding down this triple cap for so long now. I mean, they've just been dominating the vistas here, man. Leaving no room for the Tzeentchian forces to get up here. That is a fat Infernal Gateway. That is what Tzeentch has been needing this whole game. Getting some really good value off of that, and maybe with a bit of a better cast of it early in the game to deal with the layered up Rangers, because I do believe there were some Rangers that were layered up kind of like they are here now when they were at fuller health. Infernal Gateway is so powerful that it just goes right through all of the spell resistance that dwarves have. It can one-shot Ranger units. I've seen it happen. It's very much on the table and would have been really nice for Tzeentch to get a little bit of control in the early going. And having no answers for the Grudge Throwers. These Grudge Throwers, they haven't done stupendously, but they've just been consistent damage over the course of the entire game, just getting in here, pounding away at Chaos Warriors, Flamers, Pink Hearts, doing that extra little bit of damage. And also, very importantly, forcing Tzeentch to be much more careful in its engagements and not allowing, more aggressive pushes up onto the objectives. So, Medic doing a great job of playing into the Dwarven strengths here. And I feel like Sticky Wookie, just with a little bit more matchup experience, will definitely be able to lock down the answers to this matchup. It's pretty even in my experience. It can be, it's just tricky. It's a learning curve for Tzeentch to get through Dwarven armor. Definitely needed the Furies to get a little bit more done. Needed to keep them from getting shot down by Rangers quite as badly. You can see not getting tremendous value on them. Flamers, they did alright. Another Flamer here in the back pocket. I do like the aggressive Flamer play. I think there's something to be said for bringing these guys in here. Not relying on the Changebringers, who just get absolutely shredded by Rangers. A little bit more consistently than Flamers do. Flamers, being ground-based, can do a little bit better job of dodging. And the Changebringers getting hit by Brimstone gunfire also wouldn't be very nice for Tzeentch. I'm not sold on Doom Knights, but we'll see. I think there's maybe some play in there. And everything else, I mean, it looks alright on paper. Just better execution in the future and more experience in the matchup, and I think Sticky Wookie is going to be able to pull out games like that in the future. Really well played and a good effort at getting in there and not having any fear. I mean, being very aggressive and doing a lot of little things right, but just not getting the overall macro picture locked down. All right. We're going to jump right back in. We've got 2 more replays, and then we'll go see if anybody's dropping some more from the second round of games. We'll try and get a live cast for the 3rd round, and maybe for the 4th as well. We'll just see. We'll play it by ear. I want to try and get as many people's replays done as possible. So, Drakenhof Conclave versus Avalorn. We do have a techless sighting on the field. Gotta love them, man. Pompous and arrogant as ever. Flock of Doom, Regrowth, Fiery Convo, the Bound Fiery Convocation, of course. Sort of techless for the reserves, and Spell Mastery is really nice. Very powerful ability. I mean, you pop this and hit a Flock of Doom right on the head of something, you're going to start chewing through these zombies, and they're... The Chillgeists are a pretty good target for Flock of Doom as well. Stearnsmen with their regen are probably going to be decently safe against it, but with a good Fiery Convo going on top of the Stearnsmen, they're going to suffer really bad there. So it's going to come down to Teamy doing a good job of casting spells here, I think, for how to take this game, because Vampire counts, they can be very annoying to deal with. If they just get to sit on points with their corpse carts and their lords and just heal all game, it doesn't matter who they're facing up against, they're going to win those matches. Chillgeists, don't see these guys very often, but they're situationally useful. They've got some pretty good abilities. They've got really nice leadership. They got a little bit... Did they get more leadership or HP? I think they got more leadership. They had pretty low leadership in the past. I think they got 10 extra, making them a little less likely to crumble out now. I do like experimenting here with them. Devils of Schwarzhofen, always a very nice idea to have Vargeist in your Vampire Counts builds. They just hit so freaking hard. I mean, these guys are just absolute buzzsaws against infantry. If you get good cycle charges, you'll absolutely run over stuff. Need net if you're bringing Fiery Convo. I do agree. I think net would be really nice here. But if you just are patient and wait for your opponent to engage the Sternsmen into the front line, the way that they pile into combat with their very tight formation, you can definitely get a good enough cast that you can just obliterate the formation. And, you know, they're very weak to fire. So if you just pop this at the right time with the just full AP that it has, you can wreck the Sternsman pretty nicely. We'll see if Teamy can pull it off, though. I see the plan here. I do agree with you, though, that nets would be really good, Harrison. So, High Elf skirmishing in the early going, pushing up. This is what you really do need to do against Vampire Counts. They have very poor cap weight on the skeletons and the zombies. They have expendable weight, so you need to take objectives early so you don't start losing the cap race. Because once Vampire Counts get set up, it's very difficult to push them off. A little bit of a spellcast going down back here. What is this? This is a Wind of Death. Wind of Death coming down, but missing the Lothern Seaguard formation a little bit. Not quite on target. And it would have completely deleted those Lotherns with the perfect timing, but not quite getting it lined up perfectly. And a Fiery Convo does go down. Vargeist wrecking the archers back there. Look at the damage from that thing. Oh my god. It took about 3/4 of the HP off of the Sternsman. Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's putting them in a pretty dangerous state too. Once they, with the undead, once their leadership starts crumbling, and if it doesn't recover, you might be able to finish those guys off here in a minute. But Dire Pack are going to push the Grand Wizard Techless back here. They'll rip him to shreds if he's not careful. Good response, Illyrian Reavers helping out the Lotherns here, who are persevering through the attacks of the Chillgeist. Getting on top of the Chillgeist with a much cheaper mobility unit is a good option here. Very cost-effective trade. Chillgeists want to just keep running probably and get a heal, and then look for some good engages in the back line. Another whiff on the Winds of Death. Just not getting them square enough, and the Devils of Schwarzhofen. Really good focus fire here from Tima, wrecking the Devils, who took out one archer unit, but being a little too idle too long here, and just getting shot to pieces. Absolute brutality there in favor of the High Elves, and I do like that, you know. I mean, if your Lord is in danger of getting ripped apart by some angry hounds, just use your much cheaper cavalry, bite the bullet, get the damage that you can get against that unit. Save your Lord. He just got a really nice Flock of Doom on top of the zombies and the Skeleton Spears here. And the Fireborn with their big AP attacks here. Chipping through the zombies. Doing a little bit of damage against the Crypt Horrors, and it looks like against the Corpse Cart too. Focusing down this Corpse Cart. Yep, really good focus fire there. I mean, I don't even need to give Tima any advice. Obviously, all over it this game. Lothern Seaguard and Archer Focus Fire has been really punishing for the Vampire Counts here. This can tend to happen sometimes for the Vampire Counts. Against factions with good shooting, they can, if they don't get in and get good engagements and shut down the missile lines early, good focus fire will just absolutely obliterate the Corpse Cart healing. And then you're dealing with the Lords, and then you can just slowly whittle the Lords down while you clear the chaff. And then once that's done, Crypt Horrors are going to struggle fighting Spearmen any day, anytime they take this fight. But it's especially bad now that they're very exposed here. You can see that they've got a little support on this edge of the formation from the Skeleton Spears. But the majority of the fighting that they're doing is right here, man-to-man against these Spearmen, who just have really strong melee defense and good bonus versus large. You're going to just chip through these guys slowly but surely. Feasters in the Dusk, hanging out down here, just keeping the cap away from the War Lions of Trace here. They are visible, so Tima could get after these guys. I don't think it'd be a bad idea. Oh, we have the Forbidden Rod master plan back here. Necromancer being a dirty little weirdo back there playing with that thing. Getting the extra regen and getting nice power recharge. Fellbats coming in, doing their best to help out here. Vlad trying to carry the game, but I mean, what can one vampire do against such reckless elven hate? Getting swarmed out here, just getting ping-ponged around a little bit and swallowed up by the overwhelming numbers of the High Elves here, but these Vargeist, man, that was a really nice hammer and anvil landing right on top of these two Illyrian Reavers. Terror route here on this unit. The other one's barely holding in, now also terrified. And if you follow up with the Dire Wolves, you can definitely chase these guys off. And Jan is keeping the value close enough that maybe going to be able to start swinging something back here. Do need to be really careful with the Crypt Horrors and the like. Oh, and another big fiery convo. Did spot it this time. Going to get out of the way for the most part with the Stearnsmen, but several of those guys just get absolutely wrecked. They do manage to persevere. Stearnsmen may be going to be able to survive all of this punishing damage that they've been soaking up so far. Spearmen, looks like they're going to be broken and routing, but a really nice... Oh, that's a beautiful regrowth. Right on top of the Fireborn. They're pushing back to help out these archers against the Dire Wolves and the Fellbats. With some support from rallying Illyrian Reavers. Big catch here. Big save on those guys. Oh, but a Wind of Death coming in. Blow for blow now. Not the Overcast version, but doing decently against the Silverins regardless. Not the best target. I do like having these guys in the front line. They've got 30% spell resistance. It's pretty juicy. And Wind of Death, it does good AP damage. Much better Overcast, though, if you're going to be using it. And especially if you're going to be using it against a unit with the innate spell resistance. Got to be sure to get as punishing of a cast as possible. That could have been, if I thought these were Spearmen for a second, I thought this was going to completely clear up the number one for the vampire counts, but we're back in here, man. The Towns of Torquilita have showed up too, and they're focusing down the Stearnsmen, applying some good damage. They do have, I believe they've got a Kindle Flame. Yeah, they do have the flammable effect, and the Fireborn follow that up. Really nice. Hammer and Anvil right onto the Stearnsmen. Gonna finish these guys off. The very expensive durable unit here, and they've traded decently after all the punishment they've taken, but regardless, clearing them here in this scenario is really nice. This is a lot. That's a lot of potentially durable cap weight that the vampire counts are having denied right now, and they're just still relying on spears to push up and try and hold, not capping the number. Actually, they do have the number 3 objective. Where'd the War Lions go? Oh, War Lions, looks like Feasters in the Dust push back. War Lions did respond, got after these guys, did shoot through them. They didn't capture this middle objective, and there's nothing here. You could stand to just put the Dire Pack on it right now. They did do a good job of shutting these Lotherns down, though. So I do think that is the right call, just to shut down the shooting as much as possible. Dragon Princes, oh man, Dragon Princes are going to roll the Dire Pack here. Get out of there, guys, no! Undead Puppers suffering some pretty severe setbacks here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to financially recover from this situation. Taking some pretty big damage. They do have bonus versus large. They'll get a little bit of poke against the Dragon Princes, but big armor values on these guys and decent stats means they're gonna get through the worst of it, and they're not gonna be the worst for wear. Still getting good shooting and techless, not having a mobile vampire unit to get after techless really. Not the best. He does have the Potion of Koroi here, and using all of it, all of those potions being popped on him. Getting up to the healing cap just about. Man, the Fireborn, they've been out on the battlefield this whole match just about now. And it does look like, despite the recontests there from the vampire counts in the mid-game, The Fireborn is just going to hound down the last of the vampire mobility here. And the last of the Devils. Looks like they did come back in. They're getting dealt with nicely. They did get better value that second time around, man. Getting some good punishing charges onto some good targets. Doing really nicely for themselves, but this is going to be the end here with the Chill Geist going down. Vlad, he's very healthy, but he is, like I said, he is but one vampire. He's been doing decently for himself. 135 kills. Look at him. He's got plenty of fight left in him. You're going to have a campaign moment where you just surround him and gun him down with all of your missiles in the late game kind of scenario. But Halv's going to win on the cap here. We'll just fast forward through the remainder of it. Big last second wave here at the end of just pure chaff, skeletons and zombies trying to push up to the objectives and grinding down the last of these guys. White Lions coming over. They can probably chew through this entire force that's coming up. They've got good enough stats and armor. I think they'd be able to get through like 4 or 5 spearmen at once. Thank you, Armand. I appreciate it, bro. Oh my god. Big win for Tima there. Tima has been on the verge of taking a lot of these new player tournaments. And with some more performances like that, I think it might be Tima's tournament to lose. I mean, big value on all of the archers, pretty much. I mean, we did have one that got shut down pretty early, but they almost paid for themselves still. And look at these two Lotherns. I mean, this is 650 gold units. They've got 1,000 value and 1,200 each there. These Illyrian Reavers got 1,200 value as well. That's brutality right there. Teclis, he got 1,500. He did some pretty good damage, but he did focus mostly on popping regrowths that game, and the targeting on those was just Fireborn again and again, helping enable these guys to get 2,300 value and just hammer down the mobility. Answering Vargeist diving, answering dire wolves and fell bats alike, all of the juicy stuff that they want to get after. Great micro, very good performance here. But Jan did a pretty good job of staying scrappy. Definitely a player with a lot of promise. This is pretty difficult for counts. Of all of the Elven factions, I think High Elves have the best matchup against the Vampire counts. I think Wood Elves are second, and then Dark Elves. Dark Elves might actually be unfavored against the Vampire counts, just because you can bring like the big dragon Vampire Lords and just absolutely hound down Malekith, where Malekith can usually just ride around and pop Soul Stealer and stay safe all game. Vampires can actually get after him, so I think they might have a little bit of a better time against the Druki. Alright, last match from round 1 that I got a replay for. We've got the Rakaf Dynasty, Tomb Kings, going up against the Seducers of Slaanesh here. We've got some very sexy demons and the sexiest fuckboy of all time in Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. I mean, he's coming in for glory and vanity in full. But High Queen Khalida might put a stop to him. She's definitely coming in with some serious attitude. There is a Light Wizard. I really like the Nets and High Queen Khalida build. It's pretty good, and especially with the double Bone Giant. We'll see what abilities she has. Let me just pause it real quick. I want to see if she's got the accuracy buffs. Doesn't look like it, but that's okay. She is here. She's on foot. She's a pretty good combatant. She doesn't have AP, but she'll be pretty difficult to kill, and she'll just soak up a lot of attention while the Lich Priest can just ride around and pop nets and Shem's Burning Gaze here all game. Does he have the scroll? Doesn't have the scroll, going very cheap with the caster and the hero, or the Lord and the caster, I should say. And moving right up onto the objectives. She does have the Venom Wave. This is a very powerful tool against skirmishers. Marauder Horsemen get absolutely obliterated by this ability. It is kind of crazy how good... Oh, wait, no, I'm talking about the Venom Staff. Venom Staff is what I'm talking about, but Venom Wave does a good job of clearing chaff around her. This has like an airburst mortar profile, the Venom Staff does. That will do really nicely against the Hellstriders, Seekers, Marauder Horsemen, anything that you can think of that's low armor and high DPS would be nice. Maybe even good against the Demonettes and Exalted Demonettes. We'll have to wait for that, though. I feel like Skeleton Horse Archers probably just going to be able to outskirmish Slaanesh into oblivion here, potentially. Devoted Hellscourge Marauders, they are moving up to the number 3 objective. Getting right up on there, trying to get some early cap weight for the Slaaneshi forces. Skeleton Horse Archers just poking away a little bit, pulling back, getting that little bit of early value. Nothing too crazy yet, but just going to make it a little bit easier for the Nikesh's Scorpion Legion to move up and just provide a little bit of durability here and maybe draw an overwhelming amount of attention that you can then punish with that good nets casting. I mean, he's just chilling here, waiting for these Furies to overextend, and there you go. A really nice net going down. Where's the follow-up, though? Definitely need the Horse Archers just to peel back and get away from this other Fury unit. And fire in here to peel these guys while they're sitting here very vulnerable in the air. Ushabti do move out of the trees. They're getting on top of the Hellscourge Marauders. They're going to do really nicely in this combat, having that buffering from the Scorpion Legion. But not really getting a punish on the Furies after getting a really nice net on them. Very unfortunate. Carrion coming in to answer the Furies. Maybe going to help push those guys off. Big engagements happening here in the middle. Ushabti, they're going to be moving up. They're going to just help out against all of these. Just a big Hellscourge Marauder line. I do like that. Going cheaper against Tomb Kings is usually a better idea. Really slick play. That's something that is not off. That takes a lot of skill to pull off. Noticing that your opponent's got a bit of a hole in their front line and pushing through and getting a nice rear charge onto the chaff. Going to help peel through those guys. Bone Giants. They're getting some big shots. Love the sound effects on these guys. We'll wait for it. Boom. Dropping the base. Actually getting a good shot on Sigvald there, but not the best target. He's pretty small. He's kind of hard to hit. I do think that firing in against the Chaos Spawn here, the spawn of Slaanesh, with the Hellstriders flattening some skeleton spearmen out here, just taking these guys apart, man. Piece by piece, easy peasy, man. Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, they have moved up. Devoted Marauders did get pushed off by the Ushabti, but the Spawn are going to get a big flank here. They're going to start applying some pretty good damage in here. They don't have great AP, but even against Ushabti, they can do pretty nicely. Ushabti don't fight back well because they have poor stats, and they rely heavily on the bonus versus infantry. And this is also a cheap source of the Soporific Musk debuff. I'm trying to show it off. -5 melee attack and melee defense. Just helping all of the warriors and the spawn alike, and helping to chip through the Ushabti, and a good collapse from the Furies getting in here. They're going to start tearing the Ushabti to shreds from the rear now. Devastating flanker coming into play. Leadership tanking really badly too here. And this is going to be a big loss for the Tomb Kings. Pretty expensive units to be losing out on. The Ushabti over here, they did get through their initial fight, but now they're alone, standing against Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. And despite being an infantry target, his stats are so fat. There's no way they're going to be able to deal with him by themselves. He's going to help chip through these guys. He's providing a lot of value there. Really nice combat for him. A Tomb Scorpion makes its way out. That's a kind of cool little tech option. It does have Terror. Well, I forget. ITP is on the table for Slaaneshi Warriors. Slaanesh just having ITP on everything is pretty brutal. So, no Terror routes for the Tomb Scorpion. It might still do pretty well against the infantry, though. Could probably stand to stay and occupy those Chaos Warriors, honestly. Decent little intercept here. Skeleton Horsemen all over the Demonettes. But the Skeleton Horse Archers, just being chased to the ends of the earth by the Hellstriders. And Hellstriders, very durable. These are the shielded variant. Doing a good job of occupying a lot of Tomb King's attention. Tomb Kings do have a value lead, though. I will say that that's looking nice for them, but I think that I think there's a lot of undead crumbling that's not being taken into consideration. And High Queen Khalida is very exposed here. She is not in the worst combat. She could be fighting Sigvald, who'd be beating the brakes off of her. But Spawn are, as you can see, they're chipping away at her HP slowly but surely. And they are debuffing her all the while, and just occupying her and keeping her locked in place is a pretty good situation for these demons here. Value's very even across the battlefield, and the Bone Giants, they're doing alright. They're just not getting tremendous value for their cost, though. The Slaaneshi forces really don't have many targets of opportunity for them, outside of the Chaos Spawn, who obviously got sent to the other side of the battlefield, so they didn't have to worry about it. And Bone Giants in melee are pretty lackluster, as you can see. They do have AP damage. They'll probably be able to anchor this #1 objective if they can get up to it, which they really need to do sooner rather than later, because the triple cap is a real threat to start taking this game out of the Tomb King's favor here. They're staying nice and close on value. They have lost the lead, though, finally. They've gotten through the last of the Hellscourge Marauders, but there are replacements here in the Forsaken and a very nice resummon of a Spawn unit. Man, I don't see Slaanesh players bring Spawn very often, but I really like it. Just cap weight that's going to take forever to get rid of. They're unbreakable, so they're never going to like crumble out or be routed away. And they're answering these Skeleton Horsemen pretty nicely. Look at the damage they're doing, just shredding through these guys. Like multiple, like 2 or 3 at a time. Big damage coming in from them. Forsaken doing a good job of getting their hard-hitting melee attacks in there as well. Their weapon strength is just pretty absurd. Forsaken, after their buffs this patch as well, might start to find a little bit of a niche here. Lots of experimentation in this game. We've got a Tomb Scorpion coming out. We've got the new and improved Forsaken on the field. Spawn, after the Fiends got a little bit of a nerf on their HP coming in here, just seeing how they're performing, I guess, and they've done pretty well. High Queen Khalida did get away from them, but they're up to 800 value, and they cost 1050. That's pretty favorable for the Slaaneshi forces here, and we do have more devoted Marauders fighting here against the Carrion, slowly working down these angry undead birds. Pretty ugly little monsters too, man. They're very gnarly looking. Just like covered in disgusting bandages, like bird dandruff falling everywhere. I'm not amused. I wouldn't want to be fighting against them. But Slaanesh might be overextending a little bit into the backfield here. Good fire from the Skeleton Horse Archers, really hammering these Spawn, and that's where the Spawn are very vulnerable. 10 armor, not mitigating any damage to speak of, really, from the missiles. Good targeting from Shirayuki, getting back into this game potentially if the Tomb Kings can grind through what's up here in the front line. Maybe they can do it. But the tickets, they're so punishing, man. It's all well and good to continue to trade favorably, but you gotta take some risks here, I think. Doing a good job of hammering down the Demonettes with the Skeleton Horsemen, but Bone Giants just not able to get up on these objectives, not having anywhere to anchor right now is just not playing into the Tomb King's hands. Lich Priest and Khalida really haven't had many great targets, and now she's just taken a head-on fight against Sigvald, and look at that damage, man. Absolutely brutalizing her right now. She's trying to get attacks in here, but she was so tattered after fighting those Spawn. Sigvald just comes in with all of his buffs popped at once. Slippery, Silver Slash, as well as the healing from the Auric Armor. The only thing he didn't have was Mortal Blow there, but if he had had that, he would have killed her in 2 blows instead of 3, I think. Cold Comfort for the Tomb Kings right now. just struggling to find a way onto the objectives. Getting absolutely stuffed by Slaanesh is not a good feeling. Demonettes are doing really nicely. For a really low armored unit, they've been holding very well against the spears. Their superior combat stats coming in clutch so far. Really nice rear charge from these Furies also. And causing crumbling, and yet again, crumbling not being taken into account in the damage values. So Shuriyuki might be behind by quite a bit more than is being reflected here, because very even on the unit counts, and with the fact that all of those demonic units are just much higher quality. Tomb Kings are relying on skeleton warriors and horsemen. A few Shabti coming out, some Tomb Guard every now and then, but just not enough to grind through here. And without the Lord, I think it's going to be game, so yeah. It gets called right as I start fast-forwarding through it. Very well played there by DJ. Great stuff from the Slaaneshi player. And maybe just a bit of a rethink here. I do like the Lich Priest build, but the double Bone Giant was a big investment, and there just weren't enough targets for them to shoot at. They just didn't have anywhere to get good value with those big bow shots. They didn't do badly, as you can see, but they really needed to pay for themselves much better, and then they needed to get up on a point and just anchor it with some spears underneath them for the duration of that game, and they just never got an opportunity to do that. Tomb Scorpion, it did nicely. Looks like it got its buffs definitely gave it a little bit of a better performance here. Certainly not a unit you see often. Forsaken, man. 1,000 value on these Forsaken. That's always nice to see. Maybe some applications for those guys now. And everything else, just holding in there and grinding through skeletons. Nothing crazy to speak of for the rest of the Slaaneshi forces. No caster, actually. Wow, I didn't even notice that. That was really well played for not having one. DJ doing it with the old-fashioned historical Total War style. Just going in there and out-microing and out-muscling the Tomb Kings. Alright. Let's see what we've got going on here. I'm going to go check the bracket. We'll see where we're at. Maybe we'll start getting some replays. Yeah, buddy. Here we go. I think this is one I've already got. Maybe. Oh. No. Okay. This is the second round. Okay. We got a lot of replays here, guys, so we'll get through them all as we go. I do need to, I need to keep an eye on the bracket, though. I want to cast the live rounds in the final go of it. I think we've got time for one more replay, and then we'll do a live game for whoever might be on the cusp of getting into the top 4. As it stands, let me show y'all. Here we go. This is what we're looking at right now in terms of the points. We've got Zagan at the top here. Undefeated so far. Zami with 2 wins, Silverpin with 2, Drothgod, DJ, Tima, and Difficult K9 looking like they might be the guys who are going to be competing for these top 4 spots here in the early going. We do have a couple of games being played in the 3rd round still. I think I'm just gonna wait for the 4th round. I think I have a tendency to get a little too greedy with trying to do all of the replays, getting sidetracked, and I really would like to give y'all a live game to get into and get invested in. Thanks, Bompy. I've been working on it, man. It takes a lot to get used to talking into a microphone. It's honestly really intimidating. I was kind of surprised at how long it took me to really find my rhythm, but I appreciate you saying that. It's very kind. Alright. We'll do some sneak peeks. If we can't watch the games now, we'll at least know what we're going to be looking at. So we've got Zagan versus Fabrosi here. Chowie versus Vampire Coast. Oh man, Vampire Coast does do pretty decently against the Chaos Dwarves. We'll see how that one ends up getting played out. Vampirates. We've got a lot of Vampire players here. Zame and Fabrosi coming in here. That's brutal. I don't think that Dowie have ever struggled against Vampire Coast. They've just got such good shooting. They've always been able to deal with these guys really well. And I don't know if anybody was around back in Warhammer 2 in the multiplayer scene, but the Vampire Coast versus Dowie matchup was quite literally unwinnable for a long time for the Coast. Because of the way that magic damage used to work, instead of being spell resistance, which Dowie have, and which it won't allow me to show, instead of it being 35% spell resistance, they used to just have 35% magic resist, which functionally meant that Sirens did 35% less damage, and they're one of the few, like, decent armor-piercing, like, units that the Coast have access to. So they just couldn't do anything to dwarves. Dwarves would just get a big old box with a bunch of rangers. They would just gun down the missile line of Vampire Coast if you brought a missile line. And if you want a rush build with, like, Prometheans and Mornghuls and Sirens or Depth Guard or whatever, you'd still have the same problem. You'd be way heavily outnumbered by the dwarves, and they'd just grind you into the dirt. It was brutal, man. It's a little bit better now. It's not unwinnable, but it's still pretty favored for the dwarves. They just have so many good tools. Like I said, any faction that has decent long-range missiles, they have a pretty good time against the Coast because they can get in on the squishy targets and just shoot them to death, man. Peppered with arrows. So, oh, this is good. I want to see the Sphinx, and looks like Cetra on the kitty cat, yeah. With that big HP pool, collision attacks and everything. Going up against High Elves, that'll be a good match. We'll try and get all of these done after the last round here and after finals and semis. We'll get in here, and I'll try to show off as many replays as possible. I'm going to keep going until I crash, basically. I just got back from camping, had a pretty nice time. You know, got my head as right as it can be, considering everything that's going on right now. What else do we have here? I'm gonna go make sure I got all the replays too. Ooh, we got some greenskins action coming in here. Hell yeah. And we got a lobby code. So somebody's ready to play round 4. So we're gonna jump in there now. Let's go, let's go. Spec slot? No. Hold on. Let me message this person. Oh, looks like they've... Okay, whoops. Okay, I can't friend them. So we'll do Fabrosi instead. And we'll see if we can get Zagan another time. They've got it set up so that they're not getting spammed by people who aren't on their friends list. Whoa. Get away from there. Alright, so we've got Outpost. We've got Outpost 969. Nice. Versus Fabrosi. Vampire Coast and the Greenskins. The mean green fighting machines. They don't do bad against Coast. They have leadership problems because of the fear that zombies have, or undead in general have on everything. But they do have archers, and Greenskin archers are really strong because they're also really good at melee. Especially the Savage Orc variants. They've got 36 melee attack. They chew through bats. You cannot dive those guys with direwolves and bats. So if the Greenskins play a very wide build, I think they'll do very nicely for themselves here. But Vampire Coast does have some pretty good rush builds they can bring against greenskins. You've got to be really careful of rotting leviathans coming in and just terror routing your entire front line. It's a big feels bad moment against Vampire Coast if you're not prepared for that particular rush build. And greenskins, they're archers. They can do pretty nicely. They do have Morgrim's Mangy Marauders that can counterfire the big crabs nicely. But Biggins, they don't do too hot against all of that action. It's a little too much for them to handle. And then also, usually, if your opponent's going rush build, they're bringing Depth Guard, and Depth Guard feast in this matchup. There are so many good targets for Depth Guard to go after. And greenskins, they have some good answers, but a lot of those tools rely on buffering. They need Orc Boys to buffer for the Squig Herds or the Durkit Squig Hoppers and stuff like that. They also need help if they want to deal with the Depth Guard rush. So we'll see what Fabrosi's going to be pulling off here. I'm going to kick y'all out for a second. I'm going to go take a peek at the builds. Okay. We like it. It's also on my favorite map, so I'm very hype, because Sar's Cursed Oasis is very cool. Very fun. Just one of the more thematic ones, as well as being one of the maps where you can split push really well. It works really nicely for my playstyle on Khorne. So, a little bit of home field bias, potentially. But even still, I feel like a lot of factions can make some pretty interesting plays here. Oh. Alright, here we go, guys. So we don't have a rush build. We have a pretty balanced Vampire Coast build here, with the Deeps Caster, the Vampire Fleet Admiral, with the Polearm. Always a pretty good option here. Very capable at defending himself. Kind of hard to get after him as greenskins, honestly. But the greenskins actually do have a tool that I would really like to highlight as maybe going to be able to be a potential X factor here that you don't see terribly often. It's a unit that I really love personally. That is not them. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we've got a Black Orc Big Up Boss coming in here. The big man himself. These guys are sick, dude. They're great combatants. They've got the Brass Cleaver and Rabble Rouse, as well as all the abilities coming in. Wow. Big spender here. So a fully kitted out Black Orc Big Boss. I actually like a lot of the buffs that he has. I mean, Immune to Psychology and an aura around him is obviously really nice, but he also gives +8 melee attack with the Brass Cleaver, and then when he gets below 50% HP, he's got ward save and extra melee defense, making him even better, and he's got heroic killing blow. If he gets on top of this Fleet Admiral, like just pushes through the front line and chases this guy down, he will absolutely obliterate the Fleet Admiral in combat. Probably one of the few units that can do exceptionally well against him. It would be nice, though, to have the Night Goblin War Boss on the Squig. You know, Outpost is not cutting a lot of abilities, so definitely a bit of a newer player. But we'll see if he can make those abilities work, because I do feel like it's not a bad idea to have, you know, a little bit of a spread on what you're bringing to the table, so you can respond to all the situations. But Potion of Foolhardiness, Get Back here, not the best abilities. They're usually almost always worth cutting. But I do love the Tormentor's Sword, Spite of the Bad Moon, Fermented Fungi, and the Loons, man. The Loons on the bosses are devastating. And this is a very tight formation, so they might do some pretty devastating work against all of these zombie mobs here. Morngulls, I do like this. Just moving right up onto the number 1 from the Vanguard. They are stalked and hidden. You know, they've got this weird foggy mist about them and disgusting jowls aplenty, keeping them nice and safe from any attention that they might be getting otherwise. And they're going to take the number 1 for Brosi, also moving up a Scurvy Dog for the number 2 objective here. Number 3, uncontested. You can just send an Orc Boy out here, or maybe just just send a Goblin over. Wouldn't be a bad idea. That should be enough for right now. And if your opponent starts to summon stuff out of there to go after your very lonely, vulnerable unit, that's when you start bringing out mobility to answer. We've got Rotting Prometheans, or Animated Hulks, I should say, not Rotting Prometheans. You know, these guys have, like, cannon arms, but they don't have an animation where they fire them, and that's a little sad. But they're really cool. They're just looking gross and nasty, as you would imagine a bloated, drowned body mixed with, like, ship parts would be. They're all moving up, getting ready to party. We've got some Orc Boy spears looking pretty vulnerable out here. You really need to play safely with your infantry. You know, even against Coast, who can be kind of slow to get up to points, Morngulls and Animated Hulks, with the mass they have, if these guys aren't braced, they can get a good charge on them. And then while the models are all, like, scattered around, you know, just, like, to the wind, they're just, like, all over the place, you can just push right back out and then just cycle charge back in again. It's honestly pretty effective, but you gotta time it right, and Outpost does have these guys on the edge, and they are braced now, so not gonna find an opportunity there for any cheap and easy value, but the Shade Wraith Gunners are getting some nice fire in here, and they are focusing down the Orc Shaman, which is a good target in the early going here. You know, anytime you can get magic off the field from your opponent, always going to be putting you a little bit ahead, and doing decently. Nothing tremendous so far, but Volley's really starting to find some purchase there, and taking about 500 HP off of the Shaman here. Doesn't have great leadership either, so with the Discourage from the Shade Wraith Gunners, might get pushed off really early here. Definitely need to start popping some Brain Bursters here. Animated Hulks, oh, beautiful focus fire from the Night Goblin Archers, but Mortars being summoned in. Hell yeah, man. Love to see a Mortar. 73 kills in the early going. Obliterating these poor Night Goblins. Little guys just not able to get it done so far. Now, they do get some devastating shots on the Hulks. And the Hulks are starting to suffer, but much better value from Fabrosi early. And the Mortars are just going to farm all day here if they land shots. Missing a few volleys here. That's the problem with Mortars, how inaccurate they are. They get a couple of good shots there. They get a little bit of damage. And more importantly for the Vampire Coast, the dive from the Moonhowlers out here, intercepted by the Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs and these gun bats, turning attention to the other Goblin Wolf Rider out here and the Shade Wraith Gunners, making sure they send some volleys out this way to continue these guys' route. No chance they're going to rally here. They might just route off the... Man, they might end up way back out here, and then I would probably end up forgetting about them. So, looking pretty bad for the Greenskins on that front, but some Goblins do sneak through. They do get on top of the handgun mob here, which is nice. Getting some good value and Outpost. Keeping it close, man. Oh, no. And here we go. The bully beatdown coming in. This is exactly what I was afraid of for Fabrosi. The big boss and the goon squad hounding down the fleet admiral. He's just piecing out. He is not having it. But he gets rampaged. Brilliant cast of fermented fungi. Getting some early damage. And now rampaging him in. Trying to save the fleet admiral with the scurvy dogs. This is going to be devastating for the Vampire Coast if they lose their lord here. All of that magic gone. A lot of leadership debuffing after that if he's dead. It's going to be pretty brutal. And man, Outpost doing a really good job of coming in here. Oh my god. Come on, do it. Finish him. I want to see it. Oh, he does squeak away. He actually gets through the Scurvy Dogs. Brilliant, brilliant job. With 900 HP to spare, is able to get away. All hands hoy popped. With the leadership buffing there, gonna barely have enough leadership to survive. Definitely just needs to run away and get as safe as possible back here and avoid that. That would have been great for Outpost there. That probably would have been a game-winning catch there. Still chasing with the Black Orc Big Boss and the Shaman. Turning back around to go after the Scurvy Dogs. And I guess the Night Goblin War Boss at this point would be able to finish off this guy. Desperately trying to get back here and get after him. Dirkit Squigs, looks like they came out. In all the excitement, I've missed them getting intercepted by Sirens. Nice catch by Fabrosi. After a very dangerous moment there, Fabrosi starting to stabilize out here on the flank. We do have the Orc Boys. They've been holding for quite a while now, doing pretty nicely, and Savage Orc Biggins are going to shred everything that's here. This is going to be really nice for Outpost as well. Orc Boy Spears, they're going to chew through those deckhand mobs. Fabrosi's struggling to find any positioning on the objectives. Even starting to get pushed off the number 1 here, where he has the strongest position right now. I mean, Biggins are going to do nasty work against the Animated Hulks and the Morghuls, who have really poor armor values. Sirens are going to help salvage this situation potentially with their terror. If they can start getting some low leadership out here, maybe going to be able to get a terror bomb and rout these guys off. Big punishing volleys from the Shade Wraith Gunners, nailing the Night Goblin War Boss. And a really good play here, hiding the Fleet Admiral in these trees here. Beautiful stuff from Fabrosi. You know, if you can't keep him safe any other way, just like make it so that your opponent might not know where he is. Love that move there, but does get revealed by Dirkit Squigs. 15 models of which are diving on top of the Shade Wraith Gunners. Might actually be able to kill them if they stay in combat long enough. Although it does look like they are going to break. Very unfortunate for the Greenskins there. We do have the Black Orc Big Boss holding the line against the Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, who have been doing pretty nicely for themselves. Greenskins got decent supplies, could definitely start getting some stuff out here, and the Archer line is still pretty healthy. Has taken quite a bit of damage, but good focus fire onto the Sirens. What's the value on these guys, man? You love to see Archers doing well for themselves. Nothing tremendous, but definitely still have some opportunities, but Scurvy Dogs are getting on top of them, actually shattering one Archer unit here. Definitely need to focus fire these hounds down right now before you lose all of these archers, who definitely could provide you some really good value into the late game. Don't get too hasty here, Fabrosi. Bringing forward the Fleet Admiral for some magic casting, gets a good tide call, and then immediately retreats. Okay, that's good micro. Just need to not lose this guy, but the Orc Big Boss, very trapped up by the gunnery mobs here and just slowly getting chipped down. Very unfortunate for him to get trapped here. Is a good combatant, but doesn't have great AP, obviously. And fighting against these heavily armored crabs, 1,600 value on these guys. You gotta love the non-ROR crabs coming out and doing nicely for themselves. Mortars slowly plugging away. I mean, they take so long to reload, man. I mean, like 19.6 seconds after they get a chevron. No burst potential to speak of, but very steady incremental value against the Archer line, which has been pretty safe this game. They've been hiding back here quite a bit, and some mortars coming in. Not quite landing square, though, man. It's so frustrating watching them just whiff. But the flank fight slowly turning here. I mean, a lot of Morghuls and Animated Hulks did get savaged by the Savage Orcs here. Look how healthy these guys are still, too, man. Doing great. But Night Terrors coming in here, helping out the Sirens. Big rally here on the number 1 objective for the Vampire Coast. Maybe going to be able to start flipping the objectives here. And that's going to give the Vampire Coast plenty of time to get back into this game. Very, very, very poor showing on the tickets so far, but the value is starting to really flip in favor of the Vampire Coast, and the greenskins here are pretty gassed. Definitely need to start getting stuff out. Outposts showing a little bit of the inexperience here. Not getting the reinforcements out quickly enough to start reinforcing the objectives before they start getting flipped here. Holding on to these as long as possible when you're up this big, definitely something that can save you when you start losing a bit of the value lead. And especially after you just barely miss out on a big, potentially game-winning play of killing your undead opponent's lord. That's pretty devastating 9 times out of 10. But not so this game. Fabrosi did a great job of salvaging that. And Outpost is looking a little bit disorganized back here. Lots of idle units on the middle. Just kind of trickling units in one at a time. Needs a big push to secure the objectives here. This is about the time that you're not too far down that you can rally. Just rally over to one objective. Make sure you lock it down. Finish off as many of your opponent's units on a position as possible, and then focus on recontesting just one objective from there. That would be my advice here, but it's kind of hard to do that, especially once you start losing momentum on the battlefield, and especially for a low leadership faction like Greenskins. You can see the discourage effect from the Shade Wraith Gunners. I mean, the Night Goblins can't even get into position, really, and these Orc Boys getting punished hard right now by those Deck Gunners, man. Shade Wraith Gunners, about 1,000 value, but the Discourage coming in even more clutch by breaking the leadership on these guys and just saving all of the health on the deckhand mobs before they start getting any real damage put on them. And Fabrosi with really nice targeting, taking those missile units and immediately swapping targets right onto something that is next on the menu for them. Orc Boys. They do, I mean, getting on top of the Promethean gunnery mobs in a vacuum wouldn't be bad, but yet again, the leadership just absolutely wrecking the Greenskins right now. They just cannot get onto the number 2. Again and again, they're being repulsed right now. Deck droppers are out on the field. They're getting some good value. More deck droppers coming out. Ugh, deck droppers. There we go. Now I've got it. So the deck droppers with their little pistols. I do like this. There's not a lot of aerial presence for the Greenskins, so they can get good value against a lot of the low armor units that are on the field right now. Goblins, the Wolf Riders, Squig Herds, and Squig Hoppers alike. All of these guys very vulnerable to the poke from these flying missile units. And really not a lot to answer them. Night Goblin Archers are just about the only thing left, and they really need to get active here. They are shooting down some deckhand mobs, but much higher value in firing at the deck droppers and going to give you better battlefield mobility into the late game. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's quickly slipping away here from Outpost. War Boss is just hiding out on the edge of the field, basically. Hidden, not really able to get much done. Didn't really get any uses out of the boss's loons. A couple of fermented fungi left on the table as well. And that's it's a bit of the pitfall of bringing all of these abilities. Sometimes you get so invested in microing your units, you're trying to get into the backfield, you've got all kinds of like numbers and permutations you're running at once. It can be kind of hard to remember what abilities you have and haven't used, what is and isn't on cooldowns. I personally just find it for myself, it's easier to just cut non-essential items and just bring the 1 or 2 things that you need at all times. But mixing it up is good in a pinch. Deck droppers continuing to shoot in here. They're getting great value now, man. These Durkit Squigs, they're just getting slowly hammered down. They're getting kills on the deckhand mobs, which is, you know, that's nice, but it's not great value, and by the time they're done here, they're not going to have enough HP to be able to make any kind of push onto the middle, which is very necessary now. You're no longer in triple cap range. You're slowly getting ground out by just an overwhelming tide of undead, and this can just feel really disempowering as a player. big volleys from the handgunners. Great job of targeting with these guys. 1,200 on this unit too, man. Big damage. Getting in against the Broken Tusk mob. These piggies, they do get in, and they're going to take a little bit of their frustrations out on these poor little, these deck gunners. You know, taking some nasty hits. You see them just writhing in agony on the ground as these very, very angry orcs are just running over them right now. Doing really good damage, but that's not a bad situation. They've used up all their ammo pretty much. They're occupying attention. Scurvy Dogs could collapse onto the flank here, or Morngulls. Just something to get after these guys and lock them down so that they're not a mobile threat on the battlefield anymore. But the last of the Savage Orc Biggins and Orc Boy Spears do get terror routed here. Very unfortunate for the Greenskins. Morngulls moving up and being very annoying as always. And just holding on to that number 1. Number 2 held. And the number 3 still held. And the Greenskins did not flip this objective. That's definitely going to be game here. It's just going to be a bit of a ticking time bomb for Outpost at this point. Too many units are in flight now. Lots of stuff running off the edge of the battlefield, too, over the course of this game. Probably another, like, 1,500 value that Fabrosi has gotten just from being very consistent at chasing down units that have been overextending back here. I've highlighted it a little bit, but lots of Wolf Riders and Squig Hoppers and the like have been getting just massacred as they flow in here, trying to get on top of the mortars and stuff. And for Brosi, just showing off the good micro and good fundamentals, unsummoning the Shade Wraith Gunners and the Deck Gunners and the mortar, getting a lot of supplies in the bank, and just bringing out some more units, man. Just flooding the field, locking it down for a big win here at the end. Not sure if it's going to make a big difference for Fabrosi getting into the top 4, but we'll go take a look at the big board here, just to get an idea of what it might end up looking like. All right, guys. So we've just got to get a report on Fabrosi and Drothgod, and we'll have the top 4 ready to roll for you, actually. So, semifinals upcoming. This is what it's looking like so far. We've got Zami here in the number 1 position with 3 wins. 1 loss, but 9 Swiss points. Really nice. Zagan and Just DJ right behind, with K9 following it up. That's going to be the rounded out top 4. And yeah, Fabrosi down here with just the 1 win. Going to be 2. Bit unfortunate. I think Drothgod is Outpost in the actual game. So Drothgod may have been able to squeak in with a win there. But no, not enough Swiss points. Although it would have been a tie with K9. So I don't know how the admins would have handled that, but maybe a coin toss or some rock paper scissors. There's nothing quite like a good old game of rock, paper, scissors to determine tiebreakers. Just my personal opinion. Alright. We'll jump out here. And we'll just wait until the announcement is made for the top 4. And then we'll jump in and we'll start live casting those. And when we're done, we will get on to doing some of the other replays that people have been sending me. I'm very excited to show off some of them. We've definitely had a lot of very interesting builds, some cool tech units coming in so far. Just a lot of experimentation, which is something that you really do kind of want to see. You never know how something is going to perform until you actually bring it. That can be a bit of a risk, just because you might end up losing if it doesn't perform, but it is what it is. Your 2 losses are in semis. That's unfortunate, but I mean, you can hold your head up high. I mean, you're losing to the top levels here. So I've been there. It took me a long time. Oh my god, it took forever for me to start getting into like the top fours. I think when I started, I lost because we didn't really have any new player tournaments when I started playing Dom in the beginning of Warhammer 3. So I was just like, jumping on ladder and playing in what matches I could find in, the PvP on Total Tavern. I don't think I won a game for like a week. I think I lost like 20 games in a row before I started actually being able to do stuff. It's pretty brutal. The learning curve on this game is intense. And that's not even to, like I said, speak to getting into a top four for once. It just comes with time. The longer you play, the more you grind at it, and the better you get at learning your faction and the matchups, the more likely you're going to be able to get in. And it's also a bit of a roulette. When you're doing SFTs, sometimes you just get your factions counters, and that can be really difficult to deal with. I have it happen all the time playing on Khorne. Like when I go up against Scrambled Egg and he's on Vampire Coast, he just puts me in a can just about every time, and it's brutal. I still haven't figured out how to win that matchup. But I think Skull Cannons might be the answer for that for me personally. But getting a little off topic. Top four is announced. We'll start finding people. See who we can get spectate on first. Alright, Zammy. And oh yeah, I can't message Zagan. K9. Just whoever answers first we'll jump into. Who else have we got? Alright, just DJ. Alright, I think Zammy's going to hook us up here first. Let's go check bracket real quick. So I'm not sure who is playing who in the top four right now. So K9 and Zammy, and then DJ and Zagan is going to be the matchups here. Alright, Zammy is not the host, so we're waiting to hear back from K9. We'll see what's going on there. I'll go do one last little sweep for any other replays. Sweet. Here we go, guys. Let me make sure I don't give up any builds. Here we go. Congrats on top 4. Hell yeah. I'm just making sure that everybody knows to send me the replays for later. Sweet. Because I would like to show off the other semis match for you guys after we do grands. Just because, I mean, we'll know the outcome, but it's still worth watching a lot of these matches because you can very often learn something. I mean, that's mostly how I learned a lot of the matchup stuff, because I don't play every faction all the time. You know, mostly I play Khorne, and then Beastmen, and just a smattering of other factions. But if you just watch other people play matches, you'll learn a lot of the details, especially once you have, like, really solid fundamentals with somebody in particular. Then you can really start to take some notes down. Alright. Here we go. We got our first semis match kicking off. It's going to be Rifts at World's Edge for the map, which is a really good map for both of these factions. It's a little bit harder for Vampire Coast just because they don't split push nearly as well. But the objectives here are actually decently close enough that it's not the worst thing in the world. And if you position well, you can get your forces lined up to where you're just in a big shooting gallery here in this open part of the map. You really don't want to fight Wood Elves in the forest for obvious reasons. Who'd you lose to, Silverpen? Let me know. Because I saw your first one was a big comeback. That was really impressive. Staying scrappy in games where your first engagements don't do so hot can definitely be a big test of, like, you know, your mental game, I guess you could say. So, I was thoroughly impressed by that. But anyways, jumping back in here, we've got 2 Waystalkers. They do have Arrow of Kurnus. Kurnus did get nerfed, so it's a little bit more fair. It used to just absolutely obliterate everything that it shot at. It was very broken. Now it is much more in line with what it was in Warhammer 2, which is a cannon sniping ability. And we do have a cannon. We've got the biggest cannon of all. We've got old Queen Bess out here. I don't even know. I mean, this is like a freaking railway gun being crewed by these haggard little zombies. Look at these guys. They're like drooling over the wheels and the riggings. This guy's just like dead in the crow's nest. I mean, what is he even up to up here, man? Come on, bro. Drink some coffee or something. Anyways, so Queen Bess is out on the field. We've got Mournguls aplenty, Lamprey's Revenge, as well as just a big line of deckhand mobs. We've got some gunnery mobs backing that up, Shade Wraith Gunners, Count Noctilus rounding it out, and War Dancers into the sunset for the Wood Elves. So going for a very aggressive opening here. I'm gonna try and grind through all of the chaff as quickly as possible to just keep healing from even coming into play. I mean, you can do it. You can definitely do it against zombies. It might be kind of difficult, though. I mean, these are very expensive units that the Wood Elves have out here. It's going to come down to whether or not the Waystalkers can effectively deal with Queen Bess. Arrow of Kurnus will do okay against Shade Wraith Gunners and the like. It'll pick a few models off, but they really definitely need to kill the big arty piece first. That's going to free up a lot of space for War Dancers and the Wildwood Rangers and the Dryads to come in and not just get absolutely obliterated. And there you go. You've got the first shots coming in. They actually don't kill the cannon model, though. So that's nice. And Invo going down. I don't actually know if Invo heals the actual cannon model. I don't think it used to. I don't know if that's been changed. We're just going to have to find out here. We're just flying high right now. And Queen Bess getting a nice shot in there, wrecking the War Dancers. Oh my goodness. Taking 20 models out on a almost 800 gold unit and taking them down to about 2,200 health in the early going. And another big shot. About to punish the other side of the formation. Taking out another 4 models, taking a little bit more HP off, but they do have, they've got the Woven Mist pop now, so they've got the missile resist, even against the splash damage from Queen Bess that will help their survivability, but now they're getting chased down by Mornghuls, and the Shade Wraith Gunners are opening up on them, and their leadership is actually broken already. Oh my god. That's a big catch for Zami right off the bat. Big plays from Huntress Himbo here. War Dancers holding the number 2. Wildwood Rangers moving out and around the formation of the Vampire Coast here. Zami not committing anything right now, but definitely is going to have to answer these guys with something. It's probably going to need to be something better than the deckhand mobs and scurvy dogs. Night Terrors look like they're going to be up for the fight. But the new ability will come into play here. Extra melee attack and weapon damage with the 55-meter range, as long as there's a terror-causing unit around them. And there goes Queen Bess. So, Invo does not heal cannons still. Arrows of Kurnus come in. They get the job done. Taking out Queen Bess is huge. At this point, you unsummon the crew. You'll get a little bit of a rebate. Got a little bit of value off of it, but that's pretty punishing. That's very devastating. Dryads, or no War Dancers. War Dancers getting into a clean engagement against the deckhand mobs, and those are some very dead zombies. There's no way they last very long here. And the Wildwood Rangers, man, they ain't doing bad. Look at the damage they're doing to the Night Terrors here. They're actually getting some pretty good effect in on these guys. The other Wildwood Ranger, though, not in the best combat in the world, and they are getting nailed by the Shade Wraith Gunners right now, who are just pounding away at them. Doing some really good trading here in the early game. K9 does have a bit of an advantage, though. I mean, just having killed Queen Bess. Queen Bess is a very expensive artillery piece. What is this? Hold on. How did it come back already? Huh? I'm very confused. I don't know what's going on there, but Queen Bess has actually been rebuilt, apparently. Big moves. I didn't know that zombies were so handy with power tools. Actually managed to put it back together, I guess. And it looks like they're going to be trying to get some more shots in here. Lining up, but Arrow of Kurnus coming back in. Actually does not go after the cannon. Hits the crew this time. We'll see if that finishes it off. It does actually kill it again. That's so funky. I don't know what's going on there. That is new to me, guys. Someone is going to have to tell me how that's working. But Wildwood Rangers do get dealt with by the Night Terrors and Fellbats, but take some pretty nasty damage in return. The other Wildwood Ranger also dealt with. They did kill a deckhand mob. There's not a lot of cap weight out here for the Vampire Coast. Oh, and more mobility coming out here, man. We've got Glade Riders moving up into the rear here. Huntress Himbo with big points to spend. Definitely needs to respond out there. Oh, and Sneaky trying to creep up Wildwood Rangers through the trees here. Didn't see this fight developing, but Mornghuls and Fellbats and some deckhand mobs on top of the Wildwoods here. They should be able to deal with them. They're doing a pretty good job of clearing that out, though, and Shade Wraith Gunner's very close to getting shut down, but the Scurvy Dogs just barely squeezing in there in time. Do manage to lock out the Glade Riders. Glade Riders definitely going to take the worst of this combat. Get back here, guys. Y'all got the Black & Decker drills. Just start fixing this thing up, please. I don't know how you did it the first time, but surely you can do it again. Lamprey's Revenge fighting the War Dancers. That's a really nice fight for Lampreys. They're doing really nicely here. They are pushing these guys back, doing some really good damage, and giving a little bit of push up onto the middle objective here for the Vampire Coast. There are a lot of very weak units here. Very tattered War Dancers all over the field. Oh man, the Wild Hunters of Kernus coming out. Reindeer Cavalry for the win, getting a big isolation on the Lamprey's Revenge. The perfect target for this very expensive Christmas Cav. Look at these guys with the green hair, the very fancy spears, glowing with the forest magic that they need to get this dub here. Ripping these expensive Crabos apart, man. Poor little hermit crabs. They just wanted to be undead and just eat some good elf food. I don't know what that was. Was that Queen Bess is rebuilt again? But actually lands its shot directly on its own zombies and obliterates the position of the Vampire Coast here. That's unlucky. Very funny, man. You cannot count out the evil factions when it comes to friendly fire. They're going to find a way to do it. Oh man, Wild Hunters of Kernus, the Shade Wraith Gunners turn attention to these guys, and with the Lamprey's Revenge actually getting enough damage in on them, they do break them before they can finish off Lampreys. Lampreys get a big invo, and this is devastating for the Wood Elves. A situation that was looking very promising is suddenly falling apart for them. The hand cannons in just a perfect enough position to catch the rallying Wild Hunters here and obliterate them with one volley, and that's going to be it for those guys. And the Lampreys, now that they got the invo and they've got the regen, they're going to be very difficult to get rid of. There's not a lot of missiles. There's some Glade Guard out here. Glade Guard have got to start killing these guys. You've got to finish them off here. Doing a good job of killing the Saltlord Scuttlers. That's very nice. These Bomber Bats have been doing pretty decently for themselves. Look how tattered they are, and they still got like a big volley in there with the bombs. Doing some pretty nasty work to the Glade Guard. Now that those bats are gone, you've got to kill the Lamprey's Revenge. I mean, just focus fire everything onto these guys. They're going to be super obnoxious, but Wood Elves have been persevering through all of this missile play really nicely. Queen Bess has just not been pulling it off. Queen Bess definitely needs to do a little more here. Shooting at the Glade Guard, not a bad idea. I mean, there's not a lot of good answers for them right now, and really good focus fire. Exactly what is needed from K9 here. Turning attention to the crabs yet again. Rectifying a former error, soon to be solved, in the form of the Waste Stalkers getting in there, going fisticuffs with the crabs, as well as focus fire from the Glade Guard. Although they do get nailed there by Queen Bess, and are getting pushed off now. Their leadership does break, but the triple cast's been held for so long by the Wood Elves, I don't think that Coast is going to be able to do this. They just don't have enough presence on the objectives right now. It's going to take so long for these zombies to get up here. And all that the Wood Elves need to do, they've got 2,100 supplies too. Just summon out a bunch of Dryads, all the War Dancers you can, and get up on these objectives. Disgusting Pit of Shades coming in. Hand cannons don't even get a chance to get their volleys off cleanly. Take nasty damage here. They do have 90 models left. They are crumbling out, though. Are they going to be able to turn the tide here somehow? If they can get a good volley on Drycha and the Hero Squad, maybe. But I'm afeared for Count Noctilus. The Hard Knock Life is really struggling here against the angriest tree in existence, man. Drycha's coming in here with their nasty little talons and just smacking him around, giving him absolutely no room to escape either. She's hot on his tail. Ooh, big Queen Bess shot, doing some good damage. Oh, and the Lost Sylvan Knights are the summon here. They're actually right on top of the Shade Wraith Gunners, too. They're going to obliterate these guys. You thought that Shade Wraith Gunners were squishy. Well, imagine fighting a magic damage dealing unit on top of that. Full health down to literally nothing in about 2 seconds flat. And there goes the Shade Wraith Gunners. Big catch for the Wood Elves. And the the ghostly Reindeer Cav now gonna be trying to find some good fights. Trying to lock Noctilus down. And that's actually a pretty good use of them. They do have Frostbite. They're getting on top of the Scurvy Dogs. They're getting a little bit of damage in here. And even if they didn't kill him here, it's too late for the undead. Wood Elves have too many mobility units that can punish any answers to the War Dancers now, and I mean, even if they triple capped, you could just bring War Dancers out and just grind through all the zombies at this point. Really well played by the Wood Elves. Very, very patient play from K9. Going up against missile lines like that, and especially very expensive artillery pieces, you can get a little bit overzealous going after those pieces, but using the Arrows of Kurnus just to keep Queen Bess shut down as long as K9 was able to, proving to be the tide turner there, and just slowly working down the Rotting Prometheans, not worrying too much about the deckhand mobs. They are just zombies after all. Chewing through those guys with the War Dancers and the Wildwood Rangers. These Wildwood Rangers got 1900 value. Wowee. Brutal stuff. Some of these Wildwood Rangers did great. The other guys who were fighting zombies and getting shot at, they didn't do nearly as well, but kind of making up for the poor performance from a lot of the Wood Elf units. Nothing here got great value. I mean, there really wasn't... When you're fighting undead, there's not a lot to fight in the first place. I mean, you're literally just fighting dead bodies. So, it can be kind of hard to properly gauge the value that you're providing. So, this is one of the few times that looking at just actual sheer number of kills is your best indicator of performance. It can tend to tell you the tale of the tape. And Wood Elves... They did a really good job of grinding through the chaff, and there weren't enough answers here for the mobility and just getting up on the points and being able to hold them. So great stuff. Really close game by Zami, though. We'll be seeing more of Huntress Himbo in the future. Alright. I'm going to go away for just a sec while I message people and go check out the other side of bracket and see how it's coming along. Alright, so DJ and Zagan are still playing their game out. As soon as they're done, we'll jump in. I'll do a live cast of the finals, and then we'll do whatever replays I can make my way through before I crash out and I need to go eat and, I don't know, go read or something. Ooh, okay. I don't know how long we've got. Maybe we can sneak a replay in here as well. Got so many replays. Thank you for sending them all in, guys. I really appreciate it. What I don't get done today, I may do another stream tomorrow to get through the rest of them, or I might just look through them and do a couple of uploads over the course of the week with them. It just kind of depends on what's going on. Let's go to the drawing board a little bit, actually. For, I don't know what the, I don't know what the play for Vampire Coast is there. Coast has been in some pretty rough matchups today. Lots of counter archer builds. What are you reading? I'm reading a book called A Concise History of the Middle East. It's something that I read in uni a couple years ago. And I don't know, I just wanted to brush up on it. It's really good. I mean, it's exactly what it says it is. And it's always a relevant topic, especially now. It's worth knowing the history and knowing what, the truth is between all of the propaganda that can be out there, So that's what I'm reading. I'm a history buff. Is just putting the replays in the new player channel fine? Yes. You can DM me too. I love getting DMs from people with just like wild builds or like crazy good games. I look at everything. I don't cast everything, but I do look at everything. Sometimes the replays are just borked out of their minds because the way they work is... the way the replays work, it's not like an actual screen recording of the games. It's actually just lists of all the orders. And what happens is whenever there's patches or even just minor like changes from mods, even if it's just changing the maps, games will just completely play out differently. And you'll see crazy, weird stuff where people are just like casting like burning heads in like positions where units used to be and all kinds of wild stuff. It's very odd. I wish it worked a little bit better, because I feel like there's definitely been like dozens of replays that I get that would be great games that just aren't working the way they're supposed to, which is very sad. Alright, let me drop... Oh my god, let me drop these all in here. Okay, skip that file. And one last little thing. Try and just name your replay something. Just because every time I get autosaves, it wants to overwrite. It's just a little bit cleaner for everybody involved. And I would recommend always saving replays of games you play and watching them back, because you learn a lot from watching your own mistakes. I know it sucks to go back and like have to dwell on them, but that's definitely how I took the leap from just being like mediocre at the game to being a lot better. Much better player as a result of it. So I highly recommend it if you want to get on the grind of being like a top tier player. Alright, there we go. That was a fun run, did much better than yesterday, but had some really strong opponents. It's been really stiff competition today. I mean, look, man, it doesn't matter how new or how old hat you are at the game, people are gonna surprise you. Like I said, the learning curve is so steep that even top-level players are unfamiliar with, like, very specific techs sometimes. So you can just bring some wild builds that people are just completely unprepared for and throw them off their game. I see it happen all the time. So, just winning any matches is an accomplishment. Alright, okay. So, Vampire Coast build that might work against Wood Elves there. I mean, Noctilus is great. He doesn't have a shield, though. He's very vulnerable to missiles. You can go really cheap and just go with the Fleet Admiral And I honestly think that the Deep's caster would be a little bit better here. You can cut Kiss of the Deep. You don't really need All Hands Hoy. Van Horstman's Speculum is interesting, but maybe not the most impactful item. And you can bring this guy for a lot cheaper than Noctilus, and you just bring Tide Call and then Denizens of the Deep. And you've got some pretty powerful spells here that can do some really good stuff. Yesterday I brought an anti-dive build, only to get confronted by 9 Glade Guard. Oh my god. Dude, that's a nightmare. For Vampire Coast, 9 archer units at once on the field is just like an auto lose oftentimes. That's terrifying. You hate to see it. It's just rough. Like, Vampire Coast struggles in specific matchups, just like every faction in the game. There's no faction that is, like, truly dominant. Like, Kislev is, like, the closest thing to that in some of the past patches. But they've kind of been toned down. They're a little bit more honest now. They're a lot less brutal to go up against. They used to just be an absolute nightmare for everybody. Hold on, let me... These guys aren't waiting on me, are they? Okay, no, I think they're actually in game. I got worried for a second. I thought maybe they were waiting on me to come. But I do think they're in. We're just waiting on the other semis. We'll just be patient. And we'll get back to our build. So, Tide Call's really good against Dryads and Wildwood Ranger. All of the low armored units on Wood Elves. They have, like, none to speak of. 1 or 2 minutes? Cool. Thank you, Shirayuki. As Coast, Chaos Dowie have been my bane. Really? What's the... Well, yeah, I remember you mentioning this. They do have some really good answers. And here's another thing about matchups, guys. Sometimes you just, like, run into players who counter you because of their play style. Just plays really well against you. And then also there are some factions that will just naturally counter you because of the way you tend to play. Like, I play Khorne, and I know that a lot of Khorne players do really well in undead matchups, but I tend to play very aggressively, so I will just dive over and over again to try and take people out, and, like, trying to grind through zombies is just not the way, so I tend to struggle in those matchups. Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts body me on the regular. It's very painful. So, deckhand mobs, I do like the pole arms. I think that bringing some depth guard isn't a bad idea. If your opponent is bringing, like, Starfire shafts and stuff, then, like, you know, you might have some problems with keeping the depth guard healthy. But they've got the hunger, and they've got good armor, and they'll absolutely obliterate Way Watchers and the War Dancers. So they're just nice to have either, like, one in the opening and then, like, another one in the back pocket. I just think they're really good in that specific matchup. It's always worth having one, I think. Mortars might be better than Queen Bess as well. I love the Queen Bess build, though. And how the hell did you rebuild it? Zamy, how did Queen Bess keep being rebuilt after getting hit by the arrows of Kurnus? I'm going to message them. Thank you, Shirayuki. Where are we at? Here we go. K9 thankfully he squeaked through without the attention of the depth guard. Max Mortars and Mournguls. Mournguls are just good in every matchup, I feel. I mean, like, what matchup do they even struggle in? I mean, they've got Stalk for any matchups against missile lines. They've got Terror, and they've got decent mass. They just do everything so well, I feel. All right, let's go see if we can get this rolling for the finals match. We've got Zagan and K9 here for the finals today. Hell yes. Let's go. They died of peasant spears. Yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, like, really cheap anti-infantry. I guess High Elves would be a bad matchup for them. Let me get away from here so I don't give up builds. You have no idea? That's so funny, dude. I was stunned. I mean, I didn't know that zombies were such good handymen. Like, I didn't believe it when I saw it. I was incredulous for a minute. But they built it back 2 times also. So it wasn't just like some fluky thing. Yeah, Wildwoods actually do pretty well in Morgul's now with the terror bonuses. The Night Terrors got almost outright killed by one of those Wildwood Rangers I saw. That was nuts. I have not... They used to be so bad. Wildwood Rangers were so bad last patch. Like, absolutely dreadful. Did you see it, Fabrosi? The Secret Queen Best tech. The cannon got killed by Arrow of Kurnus, and then the zombies somehow recruit it. And it actually was able to shoot again. Like, I think the cannon got killed 3 times by K9, which was really funny. I've never seen it happen that way before. All right, we'll hold the line here for Zagan to show up, and we'll get the finals matches rolling in a minute. Until then, I don't know, man. We can all ponder in somber silence how Zami was able to do the impossible. We're on road to Talabheim too. Yes. Dude, you know what I would love to see in multiplayer? Speaking of like tech trees and stuff, I don't want like a persistent multiplayer like deal per se, but having it unlocked to where if you brought like Ark in the Black or some of the unique lords in the campaign, you actually got access to their unique units in multiplayer. Like, imagine if you could play as Tomb Kings, you brought Ark in, and you had Crypt Ghouls and or not, the Hex Wraiths and the Crypt Ghouls in your armies. That would be sick. I'd really love to see that. It would give some nice flavor. Aranessa could get her pirate, like, free company militia guys. It'd be really fun. I think it would give a little bit more depth to the multiplayer. I mean, you can do so many things with it. You know, some of the extended roster stuff is, like, wildly unbalanced, but maybe sometime I'll go through and I'll try and make, like, a master list of all the stuff that wouldn't just completely break the game balance, and we can do, like, an extended roster tournament. And it can just be, like, for fun, not for, like, a spot on the leaderboard. I don't know how everybody would feel about that, but I'd be down to like do the effort to set that up if anybody is interested. Yeah, I mean, Sartosa Militia are actually useful in the campaign. I don't play as much of it as I used to, but you can do some fun stuff. Dude, the Knights of Torgaval are a nightmare. Oh my god. If you try to invade the donut and you're trying to go after Eltharion and he's got like 2 or 3 units of that and you don't have an answer to them, they just nuke you. They're so powerful. Most of the High Elf extended roster would be off limit. Yeah, probably. I mean, the Knights of Torgaval would be. I mean, they're Hawk Riders that have been just shooting steroids for centuries, thousands and thousands of years, gearing up for the end times when they need to fight Gromoth again, basically. Alright. I'm gonna kick y'all back to the bracket screen. Maybe I'll set y'all up to look at the current like win board here for all the factions. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. Might be a little small, but just so that y'all can see it. 3,000 HP per model. Oh my god. How many models are in that unit? It's like 5 or 6 in the Knights of Torgaval, right? I mean, they're basically like a Hippogriff and a Hawk Rider mixed together with ridiculous stats. I mean, that would probably mean that you could bring Eltharion in a multiplayer match, because then you could just cast Apotheosis on the Knights all game, and they'd actually get healed up, and it would do something. 4 models? Okay. Not as many as I was thinking. Alright, so Zagan's building up the forces, and oh my god, we're gonna have a we're gonna have a messy battle. Oh my gosh. If the builds stick with the way they have, it's gonna be wild. The Chaos Dowie just have these supply trains. I'm looking at it right now. They've got supply trains and the Ice Forged Legion. I've never found the Ice Forged Legion good in campaign. I tried using it one time when I played Norska, and it just seemed like a really, really silly, unusable unit almost, because they would like fire into the same spot in the formation. So after the first shot landed, they would all just pile in on top of that, and you really only functionally got the damage from one model. Like, they might be okay against single entities, but I don't know if they fixed that. It's been a long time since I played around with those things. But there's just lots of weird units in those rosters. Like, you've got Wood Elves, and they've got all those different, like, forest creatures that Drycha has access to. Like the cave bears and the bats and everything. Some of them are really strong. I think one of those bat, or not the bats, one of the bear units on the Wood Elf extended roster has like anti-large and AP. They've got like comparable stats to the Kislev Warbear Riders, which is brutal. Oh my god. Really? The trains block everything? That's wild. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna start doing some experimenting with it. But anyways, that's the one, Feral Bears. Alright, so Road to Talabheim here. We've got the Wood Elves. We've got old Zaytan the Black here. With the Sadistic Snare. Looks like he's on the Lamasu as well, I would guess. If the tooltip would come back, I would know for sure, but even if he's on foot, he's still going to be pretty decent. 50 melee attack and 40 melee defense. And they're, like, dirt cheap, too, in the campaign. They don't cost all that much. So, road to Talabheim. We've got a double train build incoming from the Chaos Dowie and mass Way Watchers backed up by the War Dancers for the Wood Elves here, which is going to be... It's going to be a show. The Way Watchers are excellent against the Chaos Dowie trains. Unfortunately for the Chaos Dowie, they have not unlocked the mystical BS that the Empire has with their steam tanks. They don't have the directional shields, so no ridiculous directional shield shenanigans here. Just a couple of angry short people, short kings riding around on a big choo-choo train. I love the noises these make. The audio quality in this game is absolutely astounding. It's so nice. Like, for all of the haggardness that this game presents at times, it really is just special. Like, there isn't anything else that's quite like it. Oh, wow. Infernal Guard Fireglaves in here, too. We got Hobgoblin Archers, Cutthroats, some Goblin Laborers, and the Warriors. Zaytan is actually on foot, so he's got the Silver Shield, which I actually like a lot. The Lamasu may be situationally good against Wood Elves, but... going nice and cheap here, and just going to pop Sadistic Snare whenever given the opportunity, and has the Armor of Gazrak ability. That's 30% ward save. That's pretty beefy. It's definitely going to give him some nice resistance as he gets more damaged. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how effective it is, though, because some of these abilities pop only when they're really low, and then it's just kind of a waste. But maybe it charges up quicker than some of the others. We'll do some more investigations, Amy. But honestly, for it as expensive as Queen Bess is, if it's able to rebuild, it's not like it was ridiculous or anything. You know, I mean, Queen Bess already has a hard enough time. Like, being able to destroy the artillery piece for any period of time is, you know, still like a way to control the flow of the game. Anyways, War Dancers, Drycha, Way Watchers, all of the Wood Elf goodies moving up. K9 with a very small elite army to counter the trains here. We're going to have to see how these things do. They're going to have a little bit of a hard time getting on top of the Way Watchers. They're a very quick unit. 40 speed to 60. They'll be able to kite them out semi-effectively, and if you split them up enough, just kind of run them all apart from one another, and then focus fire the trains down one at a time, should be able to deal with them pretty effectively. And here come the first volleys from the Way Watchers, firing in and getting big shots early in the match here. Massive damage. Oh my goodness. Taking about, oh my gosh. Arrows of Kernus following that up too. Down to about half health on this Iron Demon already. But the Iron Demon's doing nasty work against the War Dancers. Going all out, no mercy here. Just forsaking any attempt at playing it safe here. Zagan just rolling through the War Dancer lines. Getting some good damage, honestly. Definitely not paying for itself as this Iron Demon, but we'll see if it's going to be able to get enough damage done potentially here. And it is running over the front line really nicely. If it's able to... Nah, it's not quite able to peel enough of the front line. Demon's Tongue looking to peel out of here and get away from the Way Watcher focus fire, but taking punishing volleys here. Oh my god. 3,200 HP on this one. Big value lead from K9 already. But we'll see. I think there are heals here. Yep, a Reforge coming down from the Demonsmith Sorcerer of Death. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech are the spells here, which is really nice. Fate of Buna is going to be really punishing for the Way Watchers there. And Spirit Leech will be good for chipping down Drycha. It will feed her Fanatical Resolve, but it's better than getting in there and fighting her with... fighting her in melee, where she's going to roast whatever she's up against. Demon's Tongue with 1,900 HP. Probably can stand to wait a little bit and try and maneuver back in a minute. Really good Pit of Shades on top of the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Is that the overcasted variant, though? Not sure. I wish there was a way for it to be evident. I don't think it was. Overcast does give it a nice little boost to its DPS. And these Infernal Guard, they held up decently well here. They didn't lose any models. They should line up here and just start firing at Drycha here. With the Pit of Shades, you could get close enough for Sadistic Snare here potentially and just unload into her. You could definitely start doing some nasty work. You do have fire damage, and she's vulnerable to fire damage, it's worth remembering. We do have the Hobgoblin Cutthroats sacrificing themselves against the War Dancers. More Chaos Dwarf Warriors following that up, helping clear out the War Dancers, and the Chaos Dowey have a pretty good position on the number 1 and 2 here. War Dancers moving up against Goblin Laborers and Orc Laborers alike. And Iron Demon coming in. Man, Iron Demon didn't hear any bell. I mean, 1200 HP. Got a little bit left to give. Definitely need to get another Reforge on this thing, just to keep it in combat that little bit longer. But it's running over these War Dancers really nicely and helping out against the very low tier, or helping the low tier infantry against the very high quality Wood Elf infantry here. Drycha looking pretty safe, and the Fire Glaives are very out of position and really good focus fire here. Getting all the Way Watchers on target and really wrecking these guys. Getting them out in open field, and they're very vulnerable. They're just getting absolutely obliterated right now. They're getting some good fire on the Glade Riders, but I think a little earlier they would have been better served firing against Drycha here. And Warriors here, they definitely could pull out. They could go after the Waystalkers, and Zaytan's not doing too badly here himself. He's actually getting some good attacks in. He's got really good combat stats, and fighting against Drycha here, lacking the AP, not mattering too terribly much. She's got 80 armor, which is nice, but not impossible to chip through. Sadistic Snare is still on her, finally wearing off there. Spirit Leech went in, did some good work, and a good Malevolent Dryad summon to help her out in this combat, giving her an opportunity to slip away very sneaky there. Drycha pushing away, and here we go. Oh my god, the Iron Demon took a huge volley and just got absolutely massacred there. Down it goes. No more trains here for the Chaos Dowey, but oh, as I live and breathe, what do we have? We've got another Iron Demon on the field, guys. This one getting right back to its business from earlier, running over War Dancers. Really good pressure into the backfield. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders occupying a lot of attention. Glade Riders over pursuing a little bit and getting trapped up on Orc Laborers. Orc Laborers with the cost reduction actually seem a lot better now. They used to be, I mean, they're still pretty haggard, obviously, but they're a little bit more effective now than they once were, which can make all the difference in the world. War Dancers, man, they've gotten really good value. They've used a lot of their ammo up, though, and once they're done, once they've used all these volleys, I don't know how much of an impact they're going to be able to make on the battlefield. They have pretty poor melee stats. They're not a very good, hybrid missile unit. They really rely on killing big stuff like this. This Iron Demon is just feeding value to them. Look at the massacre of this thing. No, turn back before it's too late. There we go. We've got 3 dead Iron Demons on the field now. The one over here, it was the unsummon, and it is back in the pool. But the Chaos Dowey are keeping it close. I mean, it's 7,000 to 7,000 in terms of value right now. With some good plays here, and just a couple of good compromises on expensive units, I think that the Chaos Dowey can definitely take this game over. And as I speak, we've got some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Oh, perfect Melkoths. At the last second, they get intercepted as well. Don't quite get on the Way Watchers. Really good play from K9. And good play from Zagan, staying in this game despite losing multiple Iron Demons here. Drycha taking some bow fire and jumping back in the woods. Really good micro here. Ogla Khan's boys intercepted and crushed underfoot by the Glade Riders. And Glade Riders about to ping-pong into the Hobgoblin Archers It looks like the mobility of the Wood Elves is starting to take this game over. Wildwood Rangers clearing off a lot of the chaff. We do have some Wildwoods getting focus fired down really nicely out here by the Hobgoblin Bows. 500 value on these guys. These Wildwoods have not gotten anything done yet. Brutal, brutal stuff. Very bad trade for the Wood Elves. But staying nice and close in this game. More Hobgoblin Archers going down here. The fury of these Glade Riders coming in clutch here. They're doing really nicely, but they haven't broken these little Hobgoblins yet. Might have had an opportunity to countercharge there with something. Maybe these other Bow Riders, but they're busy peeling this #1 objective so that the Chaos Dowie can start getting some points back. I love the Hobgoblin Sneaky Get call-in. Very good anti-infantry duelist. Incredibly cheap. Definitely going to be able to trade efficiently into Wildwoods. And that's beautiful. That's really nice play from Zagan. Just isolating these guys out on this objective and not giving them any room to breathe. Wrecking them. And a 4th Iron Demon has appeared, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if there's not enough Waywatcher fire to deal with this one now, though. The consistency of just summoning these things out, this is going to be a pretty unmanageable pain train here. Shotgun Blast, obliterating some Eternal Guard here. And you can just keep summoning out cheap units, I think, for the Chaos Dowie. You've got the objectives advantage right now. Losing the #2 right now, but you do have the Hobgoblin Wolf Rider Archers who can respond to these tattered Glade Riders and probably finish them here. Definitely something to look into. Infernal Guard Fireglaive, they are routing, they are shattered, they're not doing too much. Zaytan, oh, Zaytan fighting against the Waystalkers, getting bullied right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to make this happen. If Zaytan goes down, this might end up being game for the Chaos Dowie, because they are going to have a lot of very poor leadership units on the field. Without a Lord and that huge leadership debuff, I don't know if they're going to be able to hang in combat long enough to make that happen. Waystalker, keep chasing. Get him. Take him out. Please finish. I don't think the Waywatchers can finish him in melee. It's pretty heavily armored, and they're not really chasing him. If Zaytan just slowly routes off the field, that leadership debuff is not going to come into effect until he's all the way off. Actually killing him is way more important than anything else right now. But the Wood Elves do have some problems going on. I mean, we do have another Iron Demon rolling around out here. Where the hell did it go? Oh, did it get, like, unsummoned by accident? Oh, no, here it is. It's fighting against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus who have come out. Really good summon. But they're fighting against Wolf Raider bows, and these bows and the regular Wolf Raider variant, with the assistance of the Iron Demon and a good Spirit Leech, actually breaking the leadership on these very expensive Christmas Cav. Yet again, these guys letting down the Wood Elves. The Forest Folk in full retreat here, and the Iron Demon might start to take over the game here. There's a good chance. There's no Waywatchers. There's just a lot of War Dancers and some Eternal Guard, Wildwood Rangers out on the field. They'll do some damage in return, but whether they're going to be able to do enough before they get flattened is another thing. And here we go, Iron Demon rolling right through the middle of the formation, getting big damage right now, taking about 25% HP off the Wildwoods here, killing about 15 models. Just keep this thing rolling, man. If it keeps on rolling through, Chaos Dowie with the big pushes from the Hobgoblin Cutthroats might be able to make something happen. Waywatchers slowly chipping away at Zaytan back here. Whether he dies or not might determine this game. If he doesn't die before he gets to the edge of this map, it might be too late for the Wood Elves. They're taking big, big damage here. The Hobgoblins are trading very efficiently into the War Dancer lines right now. And the Glade Riders, if they manage to lock this thing in place with the Wildwood Rangers, maybe they make it happen. But they divert, actually, at the last second. Not feeling confident going into that combat and trying to pull the Wolf Raiders through the War Dancers here. Trying to get themselves free to keep cycle charging. Oh, but there we go. Zaytan does go down back here. And we get the unsummon on the Way Watchers. Really nice play from K9, being very persistent there, doing his absolute best to make the best use out of a unit with little to no mobility and utility in the late game. Wildwood Rangers, they do clean up the Iron Demon there, and now it's a full rout here for the forces of the Chaos Dowie. Their poor leadership really hurting them right now. Oh my god, it's just endless. The Demon's Tongue is on the field now, guys. And it's almost triple cap territory for the Chaos Dwarves. Is there somehow, some way that they hang on here? Oh my god, we've got some Wolf Raiders that can rally up onto this point and just hold down this objective, or at the very least just distract long enough that Iron Demon and the Demon's Tongue might be able to get something done. Ogla Khan's boys, good micro, getting the Glade Riders back out to get a good charge on them. But they are getting crushed a little bit. Ogla Khan's boys are winning this combat here. If they're able to win and they can get shots into the rear of the War Dancers and cycle charge these guys, maybe the Chaos Dwarves are able to hold this objective. And there's the Demon's Tongue, man. It's being annoying. It's being persistent. It's just rolling through all these infantry. Wolf Raiders definitely need to ping-pong out of here. They don't want to stay in prolonged combat too long. If the Chaos Dowie just keep these guys moving, they might be able to retake the number 3. Barely hanging on to the number 1. And Ogla Khan's boys, they do get broken. Poor leadership from the Lord dying coming into play here. And look at the flamethrower damage, obliterating the sneaky gets there. Wrong target, buddy. I don't know what you're aiming at. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Getting some good damage there, though, with the flamethrower. Running over some of the War Dancers, getting some nice value. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. I do think the Wood Elves are going to be able to take this objective here. It's really close. You need to start getting cap weight over here. Just from whatever place that you can find. Getting to 250 before the enemy is 1,000 is a triple cap. Okay. Oh my god. Wood Elves trying to hold on to the number 3. They're getting really thin over here. The Wolf Raiders and the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets making a bit of a desperate play. If they can break the Wildwood Rangers here and start capping up this number 3 objective, that could be really big. You can get this rallying bow here. Try and find something else. Ogla Khan's boys could come over to the number 3. The number 1 is still very secure. We've got a Hobgoblin Cutthroat. Sacrifice them. They're just little gobbos. This is their job. This is exactly what the Chaos Dowie are meant for. Is just sacrificing wave after wave of their own men until they hit the preset kill limit. Man, look at the Iron Demon. Oh my god. Demon's Tongue with the flamethrower getting big volleys in there on the Wildwood Rangers and the War Dancers. It's just razor close, man. And man, the Chaos Dowie have somehow held these objectives long enough. I don't know how the hell Zagan has been able to persevere through losing 5 freaking trains. I mean, that's something else. This man's dedication to sacrificing premium technology is admirable, to say the least. And it's worked to perfection. I've never seen such reckless hate with these trains, man. But it's paying off big time. And we're going to get a Chaos Dowie win here unless something crazy happens in the closing seconds here. Drycha with 50 HP is just looking on in horror. She can't believe her eyes. I mean, she's just shook. Hiding in the trees back here, unable to comprehend the failures that have occurred upon this battlefield.
There is only defeat.
That's a testament to gutsiness right there. I probably wouldn't have had the guts to continue that game. Good value on the Demonsmith Sorcerer. The Iron Demons, I mean, they didn't do great, but it's not like they didn't do anything before they died, so that's something. The Hobgoblin Archers did okay. They got their value back, and You threw it at the wall and it stuck. That's what you got to do sometimes. I mean, the Wolf Raider play with the bows was actually a big kudos. Like they killed several Wildwood Rangers, taking minimal casualties. So that's really impressive. Really well played to everybody involved. And yeah, if anybody wants to send that to Turin, please do. That's definitely one for the ages, guys. Just congratulating Kanon on a really well played game. Really scrappy. It's discouraging to lose games like that. I've been there. I've been there. So we've got Zagan. Zagan is taking the dub here. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Somebody who I haven't ever really seen play either, so like first time player getting in here with some big wins. The Pentatrain Pain Train. All right, here we go. We've got a semifinals game. We'll do this one, and I'll go through. I'll probably do another 5 or 6 replays, and then I'm gonna jump off. Just to see some of the other action going on around the old world. Live and in color, guys. So, Zagan against the Seducers of Slaanesh. Gonna take down Prince Sigvald the Magnificent here. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Slaanesh is pretty good against the Chaos Dowie. They've got really good AP. They've got lots of cheap infantry that can go toe-to-toe with the Laborers and Hobgoblin Cutthroats and the like. So, how exactly Zagan counters this is going to be a big question mark. We got Fiends in the opener. We've got some Hellstriders with the anti-large. We've got one Horseman, Marauder Horseman there. Beautiful language. I couldn't have said it better myself, Demonsmith Prophet. So we've got him up on the Bale Taurus here. Just fat stats, big HP pool, devastating combatant. Chalice of Blood and Darkness, going to give him big heals. Has the Flaming Breath, has Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Going to be a nightmare here. Probably actually one of the few combatants to be able to deal with Sigvald, maybe. Sigvald can struggle against AP fighters, and especially mobile ones that can cycle charge him. We'll see how this works out. Going after the Sorcerer or the Chaos Sorcerer here, definitely going to be the best thing to do, though, at first. Just to get rid of that magic, we do have Lash and Pavane on the table. Pavane did get a cost increase. Still a really good spell, though. A little bit more fairly priced, though, now. Bows firing against the Horsemen here, getting some good damage in the early going. Bows will win this fight 9 times out of 10, as long as they stay at a decent enough range. The Horsemen just kind of ran out and are just kind of holding here in a really bad position. They're well within range of the bows. And if you're going to keep them close, just have them where they can at least shoot or like fully disengage them here. Bit of a mistake there. Devoted Marauders, they're not too concerned, but they should be because they're getting absolutely obliterated by the Demon's Tongue. The Demon's Tongue, man, has been a nightmare this tournament. Zagan has been really good with it. Rolling around, being an absolute nuisance. Really good Fate of Buna cast. Oh my god, look at the damage on the Fiends. Obliterating them and a follow-up with the Breath attack. just chunking down the health on the Fiends right now, and that that health debuff that they got is actually going to be pretty punishing here. They'd have 800 more health right now than they otherwise would, and look at them crumble out to nothing. Demon Dust. Absolute brutality there, and Sigvald now alone and unsupported. The Marauders are dead, the Fiends are dead, and he's fighting a Bale Taurus character. And yeah, he's going to do good damage, but the Bale Taurus does have that heal every 90 seconds whenever there's a spell cast. So as long as you don't leave this guy in combat, and there you go, Zagan getting back up in the air, definitely going to be able to work down Sigvald over the course of the game. Going to be kind of hard no matter what, but definitely possible. And yeah, the Chaos Sorcerer taking some big punishment here from the Fireglaive fire, it looks like. Fireglave's doing nicely for themselves. Turning about face. Fiends trying to get after the Demon's Tongue, but being lured by the sweet siren song of this Train. Train just not caring, just pushing through with its superior mass. Fireglave's getting a few volleys off. Not anything tremendously punishing on the Fiends, but they do get turned around in time, so they're not taking any devastating flanker damage, and they don't have a great bonus versus large, but an extra 5 melee attack, more than anything, is going to be nice to get in against the Fiends. Pretty low melee defense. 36 isn't tremendous. It's not bad, and they are debuffing the stats of the Infernal Guard, but look at the holding power of these guys. Just standing put and with their high leadership and armor, persevering through the withering punishment that they're taking from the Fiends and the Devoted Marauders, and the Iron Demon coming back to help its foot-bound brethren, getting in there and devastating the leadership of the Fiends. Fiends crumbling out yet again. Big punishes on these very expensive demons without much to show in return, and getting right through the demonettes now. This is a pain train type of game right here. The Demon's Tongue has this on lock pretty much at this stage, I think. You can see how tattered Slaanesh is. It's probably even worse because the demonic instability on those Fiends, it's probably fed another like 800-900 value into the Chaos Dowie's advantage here. More big flamethrower attacks, but Narcissism getting popped on top of the Demon's Tongue. And Sigvald, I mean, if there's anybody who's just all ego, pure narcissism, it's old Sigvald here. Had an arrow sticking out of the back of his head for a minute. Buddy's got a real cheap lobotomy going on there. But he's getting big damage on the Demon's Tongue. Demon's Tongue getting mobile again, pushing away from him, and Slaanesh, I mean, we're gonna let it roll a little bit longer, but this is definitely about to be game. I mean, the Sorcerer on his last legs here, getting Spirit Leeched down, and a big dive from the Bale Taurus character gonna take him out here. Probably just completely smack him into the Nether Realm. We've got the Haggard landing animations going. Give him a sec. He's got to think about it before he finishes this fight. We'll leave him to his business. But he is routing that character regardless. So no magic available for Slaanesh. Wolf Raiders getting on top of Horsemen, doing a really good job of getting some good damage there. Oglacon's boys, looks like they've been firing their bows, chasing stuff down. They're pretty low, but they're a decent leadership in a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider package is nice. They can definitely get like one more good charge off and maybe break some leadership here. Train with 230 kills now and counting, climbing. And a lot of room left to work with this thing. 2200 HP is pretty beefy on something that's so mobile and does so much burst damage. The pain trains are, you know, they're juicy stuff for the Chaos Dwarves. Fireglave's hanging in here, firing at Sigvald here. Kind of ignoring Sigvald, which is usually the best call. Zagan proving some serious knowledge here, knowing when and where to take engagements and what kind of targets to just ignore, and when to put pressure on them and when to not. Holding with some sneaky gets. Slaanesh is cooked here. I don't see any way back in. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders continuing to chase down Horsemen and just continuing to lose big value out here as Slaanesh in these mobility fights and kind of evening up on value. But when you're this far down on value and your opponent is about to triple cap you, they can afford to feed a little bit of value back to you in return. Plenty of strong positions here. Still plenty of fight in some of these tattered units. And having to get back on the objectives just with whatever you can throw at the wall gives your opponent opportunities like this. Banking up resources, bringing out big counter units like Bull Centaur Renders, kiting back, dragging you through the mud, forcing you to just try and engage anywhere you can, and denying you as much value as well as denying you objectives. Really nicely done by Zagan here. Seeker's moving up. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets her here, though, and they are going to intercept these guys. They're going to do pretty decently here, I think. You can actually see how much damage they're able to do. That 30 weapon strength is no joke, and they've got 28 melee attack. It's not that terrible. Seekers do get a nice charge there, getting some good damage. Slaanesh chase just Benny Hilling around laborers and stuff. Getting dragged wildly out of position, and good focus fire from the archers, man. This is something that's very impressive from Zagan, is the Hobgoblin Archer play. I have not seen people get much value out of these guys, but doubling up value on a cheap Archer unit like this can make or break your matchups. Like, one of the reasons Beastmen are so strong is because of Ungor Raiders, and Hobgoblin Archers are a better version of those guys. They don't have Stalk, which does let these guys down a little bit just because they can't be quite as sneaky, but regardless of that, that's why the Beastmen are so good. One of the many reasons. But, Hobgoblins are right there. Maybe with some attention, people will start to really unlock the prowess of the Chaos Dowie. They've never been bad. They've just really struggled as a DLC faction after their nerfs to find like a settled niche that they can fill. But maybe they will today. And a 412 kills on the Demon's Tongue. You gotta love it, man. Slowly grinding back the tickets here. Slaanesh continuing to play this game out, but not being able to hold any objectives down now. Demon's Tongue just running away from Sigvald. Sigvald maneuvering over to go after the number one. Probably going to get countercharged. That's actually that's a long time to hang on to that magic for a Fate of Buna. And is something that I really do think is worth doing oftentimes. Don't just blow all your magic in the early game. Holding on to it into the late game and using it in critical moments like this, where you might not necessarily have the best answers to bring out onto the field, can be huge. Yet again, I know that the values are saying that Slaanesh is up, but it's definitely showing funky. Like, first of all, demonic instability is on the table, but also once your opponent has summoned out enough units, if they've summoned something out twice, it stops giving value to your damage bar. So that's not being reflected either. Like, you'll come in here, say that these horsemen have been summoned out twice, you're murdering the unit, like you're obliterating the models, but the damage value doesn't tick up anymore. So it's very difficult to tell oftentimes like what the true value can be. That's why reading the battlefield in general is so important. And I've definitely fallen into the trap of looking at the gold value and thinking, man, I'm up so big, how am I losing so bad? But once you go back and replay and you lock in and you notice these kind of interactions and these kind of like niche scenarios, you kind of start to understand where you might be misunderstanding some of the like core mechanics of the game. Charging down some orc laborers, and we'll run it out. Really well played there. Just doing a great job of playing the value trading game. The poor Demon's Tongue. It did go down there at the end, but it gave everything it could. 450 kills, 4,200 value, guys. That's an MVP caliber performance. There's really no other way of saying it. The Fireglaves did nicely too. They paid for themselves really well. And for a change, it's actually not the Sorcerer Prophet carrying the Chaos Dwarves when he's on the field. He did well, and he definitely paid for himself, but I've seen these guys get like 5,000, 6,000 value sometimes. This time, though, it's a little bit more of a team effort, which you gotta love to see. So, I have to keep an eye out for Zagan. I'm actually a little shook. He might be able to beat me convincingly. Look at Sigvald, 4,000 value on Siggy. Siggy never gave up. What a champ. What a little scrapper. Trying to pull that back, but just not able to, man. All right. Here we go. I was very excited to see this one. Let's see what Shirayuki is able to do against Jan on the vampire counts here. We've got Kemmler and the White Kings coming in with the Vargulf Goon Squad, which is a very difficult build to get. These guys are very good combatants, and they have, I'll show it to you when we get in game. We've got a really nice little ability that doesn't get a lot of attention, but definitely has a outsized impact in combat. So, just to go over the builds real quick. Pretty small Tomb King's army, but investing in big monsters against vampire counts, never a bad idea. Chosen of the Gods are also very good in this matchup. They can shoot down big monsters, they can shoot down Graveguard, kill corpse carts, mortis engines, black knights, pretty much everything that you need them to do or need to have removed from the field. Chosen of the Gods are going to be really good at doing it. Cetra is going to kill a lot of infantry, and the Sphinx can go in and fight the Vargulfs, fight Kemmler and the White Kings if need be. Just help Cetra out from getting run down by like a plethora of SC targets that might come after him. Nehekara warriors moving up. Skeleton warriors with spears, most of them with sword and board though. Just going as cheap as possible to make room for the big SCs, I imagine, are the Tomb Kings. Black Knights, very fun unit. I love these guys. I like to try and mix them in my builds when I play vampire counts. What few times I do. They're just cool. They're very fun looking unit. They're not the best looking anymore, but just very simple and plain. Works really well for the undead as an aesthetic, as a general rule, and I do think that their models hold up nicely. Even though it's been... Oh man, when was the last time vampire counts got an update? Like 5 years ago, maybe. It's been a long time. We've got White Kings moving up onto the middle with Heinrich Kemmler. Kemmler is going to try and just make a big old heal blob. Chosen of the Gods, getting some shots in on him early. Doing a little bit of damage, but definitely want to save those for later. Much better used against the Vargulf, given the opportunity. But really nice KG play, hiding behind the trees here. So if the Chosen of the Gods push up, their shots might hit the trees. And just in general, not moving within range is always a good call. Knowing the arcs of fire for your opponent's missile units and clicking on it, you can see this in-game. It's worth clicking on it just to check it every now and then, especially for high DPS range units like Chosen of the Gods. Staying away from them with the Vargulfs is going to be very important for potentially winning this. We actually get the Wrath of Petra going in there. Doing some good damage to the Graveguard. Oh my gosh. I didn't know it did that much. I thought it was... It doesn't have a lot of AP. I didn't think it would do that much damage to Graveguard of all things. But big old monster mash coming in here. Cetra popping Usirians on the Graveguard. We've got the Sphinx fighting with the Vargulf, and Cetra and the Sphinx have isolated one of the Vargulfs. The other Vargulf needs to turn around and help its partner out here, because the flaming damage is going to start getting really bad for this poor monster. And nice thing about them, they do regen in combat with the Hunger. They don't have a weakness to fire. They've also got immune to flanking, which means that their melee defense, even in even in combats where they're surrounded by infantry and the like, they're still getting the benefit of their melee defense, which makes these guys really tanky, like outperforming other monsters of various sizes because of that. Tomb Scorpion comes in. Tomb Scorpion chipping away, doing some good damage. Maybe a good answer to White Kings, actually. Is an anti-infantry duelist-type monster, and with the disruptive attacks, actually pushes the White King out of combat completely. Pretty funny. Just, like, push him off the map, maybe. That'd be hilarious. But Black Knights trying to get a good jump on the Chosen of the Gods, who just, you know, get on their wheels of steel. They're peeling out. Ushabti do a pretty good job of getting in here. They kill quite a few models of the Black Knights, and with their good AP, they're definitely very capable of it. Black Knights still racking up some good value on the Chosen of the Gods, though, and they do need a little bit more help. Need to find a place to get a little bit safer and continue to shoot in here. The one Vargulf here, very low, crumbling out too. If it doesn't get a invo here, it's probably dead, and as I say that, not even a hope with an invo now. Completely eradicated there by the Sphinx of Uzkef. Getting big attacks in there, doing nasty work. Vargulf getting knocked on its butt here by Setcher the Imperishable One. He rules. Getting a nice Usirians on top of the Fellbats here are going to do nasty damage. Oh, and some Sepulchral Stalkers. Eyes of the Desert coming out, getting good laser shots in here on the Black Knights. Helping peel for the Chosen of the Gods, Shuriyuki, with some really good micro and paying really close attention to the more vulnerable elements of his army, able to help out here. But Blood Knights are going to start chipping through the HP of the Ushabti really well. They don't want to stay here, though. The Laser Snakes are going to absolutely nail the Blood Knights with their laser eyes. You can see getting in there, killing multiple models in one volley, chipping them down very consistently. These guys are really short range, so like moving up and out of the way of them and then compromising with the Direwolves is a really good call. But a little too slow on the draw here. Taking a little too long to support the Blood Knights. You could just send the doggies in to take the brunt of the damage against Eyes of the Desert. You're at least locking them out of firing at that point. And then the Blood Knights can just do what they're doing now. Shut down Chosen of the Gods and maybe get you back in this game. The Heal Blob in the middle is not doing bad. The White Kings are persevering nicely. We do have some Ushabti here helping out in the front line, clearing through Skeleton Warriors. I just think that the Tomb King SEs are too much for the Vampire counts to deal with. The Nehekara Warriors were able to slowly grind through all the skeletons. White Kings, they'll be able to clear a lot of the other skeleton counterparts out here from the Tomb Kings. I mean, Skeleton Warriors are pretty bad. But at the end of the day, without like durable cap weight and buffering for your units, Vampire counts are going to struggle a lot more than the Tomb Kings here. Just because, I mean, they still got Cetra, they still got the Sphinx, they've got a Tomb Scorpion, which is doing nicely for itself. Not a tremendous amount of value, but still a decent amount there. And Cetra finds Heinrich Kemmler. Kemmler's in the wrong neighborhood. He takes a big blow there from the kitty cat. And probably going to just get stepped on. I mean, trample underfoot is certainly one way to go. How heavy do you think these things are, guys? I mean, these are like gigantic stone and like masonry and metal and all kinds of material. This thing probably weighs a couple thousand pounds. I mean, can't be fun getting knocked around by it. It gets punted through his own formation. Definitely going to be a little concussed after that one. Where the hell did he end up? Oh, here he is. Kind of blends in with the infantry models there. So, just struggling to survive, and big value deficit for the Vampire counts. And in this particular circumstance, their healing definitely not doing enough for them in the later stages of the game here. They are getting some good value on Blood Knights. One of the Vargulfs is doing nicely, but now getting nailed by the Laser Snakes, who were yet again rallied and secured 1,600 value on these guys. Big shots coming in. They're just going to continue to rack it up. Look how quickly they accrue value. This is their power, man. They're really good. They fire pretty quick. Every 8 seconds is it's pretty impressive rate of fire on a very powerful missile piece there. Tomb Scorpion and the Ushabti going after the Corpse Cart. Corpse Cart is god-awful in melee combat, so it's melee defense of 27. Not enough even against the pretty low melee attack of the Tomb Scorpion, which does rely on its bonus versus infantry more often than not. Look at the kills on this thing. We're gonna have to start. Writing up some different metas here, guys. It's changing around a little bit. Tomb Scorpion looks a lot better than it used to be. Sphinx of Uskef and Cetra, of course, doing really well. Cetra on the Sphinx. The Sphinx didn't get any real meaningful nerfs or anything. It's as good as it always has been. 2,500 on him. He's got those really good spells. I mean, Neru's is good enough, but popping Usirians on top of stuff, which is just extra strength Melkoths, nasty stuff, man. Probably the best spell in the game. Big damage on the Corpse Cart, killing that. Kimbler is not far behind it, and we're going to fast forward through the rest of this. Vampire count's kind of ticking it down here. I don't see them getting back in this in any meaningful way here. Just trickling out zombies is never, or skeletons and zombies, never what you want to do. Now, the Sepulchral Stalkers are being dragged down here, but they've more than paid for themselves, and with Cetra's help, they're actually managing to somehow fight off a lot of this stuff in here. I mean, they did a lot of work against those bats and direwolves at the end. So, yeah. Better luck next time. The Vampire Goon Squad really just not able to carry there. 300 on one of the Vargulfs. The other Vargulf did nicely. 1,800 value. If they'd been able to stay together and this one hadn't gotten so isolated in the early going, it might have ended up being a different game. Vampire counts have such good healing that if you can just stack it all on top of one another, you can survive anything. It's really crazy. One of the reasons why they do so well against Khorne is exactly that. Like, Khorne just cannot deal with all of the chaff and monsters before you get, like, worn out, oftentimes. That's been my experience, at least. Blood Knights, they tried. And, yeah. It's going to be game. We'll jump in on another one, just showing off some more values here, so we can get an idea of what's performing nicely. Ushabti did really well here. Tomb Scorpion, I mean, it didn't pay for itself, but getting through all of that chaff, 163 chaff kills is still something. Just because you've got to get rid of that to deal with, you know, the bigger stuff. You can't just leave the zombies and the skeletons to heal cap. If you've got zombies and skeletons on the field that have been there all game, by like the 10-minute mark, you're probably losing the match. You're probably not going to be able to pull it off. But I love it. Shira, that was a really well played game. Really, really clean Tomb King's play there. Silver Pin and DJ. Let's go ahead. Let's do it. We've got another Kassar's Cursed Oasis matchup. I'll try and go back and I'll find something from the second and third rounds, maybe. Show off some of those maps as well, just so we're not always doing Kassar's here. But we've got old Siggy again. Siggy is just so consistent, man. I love the dedication to a Lord. You know, like Slaanesh definitely has other options, but I can totally get behind somebody like specializing in bringing a specific Lord. It's pretty cool. Like, I'm kind of pigeonholed playing as Khorne to kind of have to bring Valkia. Like, the Exalted Bloodthirster isn't bad, but Valkia is always the best, so I'm kind of a single Lord champion myself. Tyrion's on horseback here. We've got a Mage of Shadows getting a nice Melkoths here. Popping it on the Hellstriders, getting really good value in the early going. Just a consistent spell. Always going to get you decent value on these kind of targets, on cavalry. Being able to slow stuff like this down is always really nice. Silver Pin. That game was brutal, did not go well. I think I can see what happened here. Getting collapsed on by Hellstriders and Furies, and now that these Illyrian Reaver archers are poisoned, they're not going to be able to get away. Honestly, also, guys, this is really important to know. In matchups against Slaanesh, if you get compromised by units that have devastating flanker, do not try and run away from them. If it's Seekers, don't run away. Just stay in the fight. You're already caught. Your units are not quick enough to escape. And what happens is, as you're running, devastating flanker is continually getting procced. So as you're running, you're still taking double damage from every source of damage. It's really brutal. It's not worth trying to run. You might as well just sack the unit at that point. That's kind of what's happening here. The Furies with devastating flanker just shredding through the Illyrian Reaver archers in just no time at all, man. And on top of that, you know, a Melkoth's is cast on the way out, but the Hellstriders, they've done their work. They've definitely done pretty nicely for themselves here. Frontline fights going off. Sigvald gets right into the back line on top of archers, doing some good damage in the early game here. Chipping through them, forcing them to reposition, being annoying as always. You love him, you hate him. He is what he is. A monster, a beautiful monster. Devoted Marauders fighting Rangers. Bit of an even fight there. Rangers do win, but they're usually pretty gassed by the end of the fight. And they mostly win because of their better combat stats and the bonus versus infantry. They might actually lose this, though, now that they're sandwiched in there. It's a little bit too much for them to deal with at any one time, and we've got some spawns showing up to fight the spearmen here. Not the most cost-effective situation, but they do have buffering. So in melee, they won't take as much damage, but you can see Bowfire is definitely going to poke at them really nicely. Point-blank volleys right into the face of those spawn, man. We'll see how they hold in here over the course of a long grind. We've got some Rangers just chilling. Furies flying overhead. Furies looking for a place to just dive. Look how many there are. There's 3 of them. And they're really well positioned too. This is exactly how you want to use Furies if your opponent has like a missile line. And especially if they're struggling to get enough mobility out to answer all of your Furies. Just like park them in multiple positions. Try and get them behind missile units. Try and park them overhead. Force your opponent to have to micro their stuff around. And then when you get a nice opportunity, then you just dive all over them. And DJ's doing a little bit of that right now. Does lose the Hellstriders to the Dragon Princes. The Fireborn specifically, actually. Fireborn coming out. They're sweeping. They're on patrol. But there we go. That's a really good jump right on top of the Rangers, using the Hell Scourges to engage and then diving on the flank with the Furies, ripping apart that Ranger. Brutal, brutal stuff. Sunfang going down, but it is on the Mirror Guard. Very important to know your targeting. Sunfang is a great ability, but it does nothing to armor. You can see just how wet noodle it was there. Taking about 500 HP off of the Mirror Guard. Not worth it, unfortunately. Using it on the Devoted Marauders is better. I know they're not like an expensive unit. You want to get like big burst damage, but it's more consistent. And getting rid of chaff. I know it's just chaff and you think, oh, I'll use something else to get rid of it, but it's better to get it off the field than not, because units like this can get really annoying in the late game because they come out. They've got a little HP left. They just block up charges, and then more expensive stuff just hammer and anvils you. And then you're crying, and then you have nothing to answer at that point. Totally compromised by the Marauder Horsemen in the backfield here, helping out the Furies, get rid of the Archers. There's no shame in losing this match, Silverpin. DJ was just all over the micro this game. That happens sometimes. You can't win them all. Fireborn just getting swamped by the Furies here. Hellstriders doing a little bit of damage to them as well with their bonus versus large. And Just calamity. Calamity for the poor High Elves here. Another decent Melkoths, though. I mean, good casts on the magic. The magic targeting has been really on point. It's just not quite enough here. Melkoths is really good over long periods of time, and it's gonna give you insane value if you can survive into the late game. But, I mean, you can see here, Slaanesh has just done a good enough job of compromising the High Elf positions and just overrunning the backfield, intercepting reinforcements now as they trickle in. Mirror Garter up here being annoying. Sigvald beats the brakes off of Tyrion of all people. Brutal, brutal stuff. So we'll just fast forward through the rest of this. This is just an unfortunate loss. You can't, like I said, you can't win them all. I've been here where I've just kind of, like, not being able to make it happen. Sometimes your opponent is just playing better than you. But you'll definitely be able to make it happen again, Silverpin. Once you get more experience, you'll know when and where you should be cautious, when you shouldn't take fights, what kind of builds you should go for. And at the end of the day, ultimately learn your opponent's play styles. That's a very underrated element of the, like, high-level mind games, is a lot of the guys who have been around, like Tim the Wilder, Outer Region especially, has been around a long time and knows people's play styles, so knows how to counter the actual, like, players themselves, which is definitely something that you should pay attention to and learn over time as you go. Flamespire Phoenix gets a nice little bomb drop there, pooping on the heads of the Mirror Guard, ruining their armor. That's definitely a moral victory, if ever there was one. More chaos out here, and I think we'll just call it. Really well played by DJ. That's a pretty pinpoint execution on Slaanesh there. Silverpin, you didn't play it bad. The problem was you didn't have enough mobility to answer the Hellstriders and the Furies and the Seekers and the Demonettes and Forsaken and just all of the nasty stuff that Slaanesh is able to bring to the table. You just didn't have enough to answer these guys. You've got a lot of Illyrian Reavers in the back here, but you summoned out the Fireborn really early. I know why you did it. It's a very expensive unit, though, and your opponent had way more mobility on the field than you did from the jump, and was able to get all over you and just shut you down from the get-go. So maybe forsaking the Illyrian Reaver archers, because they trade well against horsemen, don't get me wrong. Really good counter for those guys, but just completely boxed out, and Slaanesh has the kind of mobility to be able to get on these Reaver archers, and once they're caught by Slaanesh, they're not escaping. It's just not going to happen. I find that just going fisticuffs with Slaanesh and playing as mobile as they can is the best way to go in against them. You can definitely bring some archers, though, just because Slaanesh is really low armored. Archers are a really good answer there. It is worth having them. Just big pointy sticks, man. Like Elvio is saying, spears and shooting is the way to go. Backed up by cost-effective mobility. Especially like having maybe a Silver Helm or two mixed in here. Silver Helms on the charge will absolutely obliterate Furies while they're on the ground. Furies are very squishy and hate getting hit in the rear by shock cavalry. I'm telling you, as a Khorne player who uses Furies a lot, the worst thing that your opponent can do to you is just bring out stuff like that. Like, mobile shock cavalry will shut down any attempts at a dive pretty quickly. A little bit harder against Slaanesh because, unlike Slaanesh, Khorne doesn't have stuff like Hellstriders. But even with these guys, if you just have more heavily armored and more mobility in general out on the field, you'll do a little bit better overall. And the Fireborn are just a little too expensive to be your first summon to try and answer. How many mobile units are there here? You've got 3 Hellstriders and 3 Furies. There's no way the Fireborn can be everywhere at once at that point. But yeah, just food for thought for the future. Slaanesh is a nightmare for me. I really can't say you played that poorly. They're just a tough faction to go up against. You've got to know the tips and tricks to deal with them. Alright, let's get in here. Let's see if we've got some Imperial Road here. We'll do a couple of matches from Imperial Road, and then I'm going to call it. I'm going to go eat, and I'm going to go read my book. I'm very excited. It's been great. I was reading a bunch of it while I was camping. So we've got Outpost and Huntress Himbo going at it on Imperial Road here, and we've got the big boss back out on the field. I love the commitment to this hero character. Black Orc big bosses are very underrated in my opinion. They've got some really good abilities. You don't need all of them at once. And Outpost is really committing to bringing all of the abilities on these heroes and such. Don't really need to do that. Like I said, when I cast Outpost's other game, just, make sure that you bring the essentials. You don't have to bring everything. Think of it like a toolkit. You don't need every tool all the time. You just need the tools that you are requiring for the job. Really doesn't have to get more complicated than that. Keeping it simple is always a good idea. So we've got Hobgoblin, or not Hobgoblin, just Goblin Wolf Rider Archers up on the number 2, capping early for the good old Greenskins, who are moving up with a nice bow line. They've got the Night Goblin Archers and some Savage Orc Air Boys in here, as well as regular old Orc Boys, Savage Orcs. Very grindy front line to commit against the Vampire Coast here. Moving up some Night Goblins as well. We've got Squig Herds pushing forward. And we'll see how the big boss does. Did pretty good in the other game I cast with Outpost, but wasn't able to finish off the Fleet Admiral. For those of you who were here for that. And just got ground down by the Lamprey's Revenge, but maybe going to be able to do it here in this this other Vampire Coast matchup. I'm just now realizing Outpost played a lot of Vampire Coast players then. Mortars, a couple of them miss, but some of them land pretty square. Get some good damage on the Orc Boys, poking in there, and bursting down their HP decently. And also, just having those artillery pieces on the field and long-range missiles in general, kind of can often force people to panic and engage before they're ready. Like, honestly, for Outpost in the future, if you've got the middle objective against the zombie hordes, and especially against Vampire Coast, I know it sucks to just sit here and weather fire without getting any value in return, but mortars take forever to generate value, and you can just throw forward like cheap goblins and stuff to soak up the worst of the fire, while you just set cap weight on the back here, and just stop the Vampire Coast from moving up and taking the objective. That's the most important thing. People forget it's an objective-based game at the end of the day. I do it all the time. I mean, my personal play style, like I've said, is to just get in there and just win. I love to value trade. I love to, go all out and try and table my opponent. That's just, a fun way for me to play, but it's not always the best thing to do. I definitely get sucked in here and push into gun lines, overextend myself, don't dive everything at once, and really outplay myself. You've got these archers, right? Outpost could have moved these archers up first, and yeah, they're going to take damage from the mortars. They're going to get shot at by the Shade Wraith Gunners, but these guys can at least hit back with their ranged attacks. They could be shooting into deckhand mobs. They could be shooting into Lamprey's Revenge, shooting into just about anything and getting damage in here and providing something rather than nothing. And, I mean, bomber mobs, absolutely obliterating the low armor Savage Orcs and Orc Boys, and that's just pure pain. Very painful stuff for the Greenskins so far. But They're winning a little bit out here in this engagement. They've got Nasty Skulkers in here. They got the Broken Tusk Mob on top of the Mourngulls doing good damage. The Deckhand Mobs not turning and fighting the Broken Tusk Mob right now, so the Savage Orcs are going to get a nice flank on them. Fold in here and start to grind through those zombies really nicely. Maybe somehow the Orcs can pull this back. But more Air Boys running for their lives. The Shade Wraith Gunners with their Discouragement effect, proving their prowess yet again, man. They're just so nasty. I mean, they applied a Damage by Artillery debuff and the Discourage debuff, so they debuff leadership, not by 16, but by 24. Worth remembering. That's something that the tooltip won't tell you, but is important to know, especially for low leadership factions, where you really need your units to like get in there and actually provide some sustainability and fighting capability. More broken orc positions, and yeah, this game's pretty much over at this point. I mean, orcs, like, they came in, the greenskins, they overextended. They don't really have the answers here either. Like, their front line is way too expensive to be, like, grinding in and getting blown up by the bomb mobs. You just can't afford that. You can just go mass goblins and probably have done a little bit better. But yeah, just big breaks all throughout the line here. Lord did die, is resummoned now, trying to reform some kind of a line. This is just a brutal display of dominance here. Huntress Himbo out here, for real, representing the Vampire Coast, man. A little bit of friendly fire, actually, from the Shade Wraith Gunners, putting big damage on the Lampreys.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Finishing off the Black Orc Big Boss. Poor guy, didn't really get to fight this game. Just to talk about this dude, he's very expensive, like 1,500 with all of the items. Honestly, I think that the best kit for him, cut Heroic Killing Blow, cut Get Back Ear. Rabble Rouse is nice to have in this matchup specifically for the immune to psychology around him. But you can cut the Dragon Slayer's Fang and just have Brass Cleaver and Rabble Rouse, and he's going to go from 1,500 to about 1,000 with those cuts, and he'll be much more cost efficient. More cost efficient, you can go wider against the coast, you can bring more archers, you can bring more squig herds, you can bring more squig hoppers, more goblins, more regular old orc boys. You just want as many units on the field as possible, and you just want to, if you're gonna push into the Vampire Coastlines, you just gotta swarm all over them. Units from every possible angle, coming out of the woodwork, crawling out of air ducts, dropping down out of airplanes with no parachutes. That's the kind of urgency you need to get into the Vampire Coast backline. Anything and everything. A little bit of poking here at the end, and I think that's all we're gonna get out of this game. It's just gonna be like slowly pushing up and feeding units in, and just getting ripped apart thoroughly by Zami. That was really nicely done. Very patient play, waiting for your opponent to over pursue into your main line and focus firing down a lot of units and punishing really nicely. So we've got another match. We've got Zagan and we've got Tima here on Imperial Road. We've got double Hell Cannon, actually. Oh my god, double Hell Cannon, an Infernal Guard Fireglaive, Astrogoth. We've got the Demon's Tongue, man, the Zegan special coming in here. I don't think there's a single match I've cast from this guy where he didn't bring the Demon's Tongue. I mean, we've seen it do poorly, but we've also seen him get 4,000 value and almost 450 kills with this freaking thing. Well, so we'll see how it does against the High Elves. High Elves might be able to do some good poke against this thing. Astrogoth's going to be moving up. Cascading Firecloak. Oh, and Hellhammer, actually. No Flamestorm. That's very interesting. Hellhammer is a powerful spell. It's just not something you see very often. Big damage in the early going here. Hell Cannons smacking the Illyrian Reaver Archers, taking 3 models out a piece off of each of these units, and doing a decent amount of HP damage also. Getting in there, killing some more models, just being very, very painful trading-wise for the High Elves. Actually, weird little miss there from the Hell Cannon that time. You gotta be careful. If your opponent has artillery, you got to be careful not to clump your units up. I mean, this isn't like a big deal, just because it's not like thoroughly devastating. But if your opponent has artillery, you don't want to just like leave your units like overlapped at any point, just in case like artillery shells do come in and just smack into your stuff. It gets out of control really fast if you're not on point with your spacing. And there's a reason that there's a reason that like even actual military tactics, like spacing, is hyper important. You just don't want to be next to a bunch of dudes and everybody just get blown up at the same time, you know? The Demon Stung rolling right up through the Spearmen, mulching through these guys, obliterating everything it comes across. Firing that Flamethrower too and getting some big damage with it. Some misses from the Hell Cannons here. Bit of a decent shot there. Getting some pretty good value. Up to 350 on one and 300 on the other. Teclis moving around the flank, looking to get after the artillery crews maybe, and being sneaky enough that I don't think Zegan is onto this yet. If he is, he's being very patient to wait for a opportunity to spring a trap. A really nice Hellhammer, man. Taking these Lothern Sea Guard down to about half health there. We've got Astrogoth just hammering in here. Fireglaves gunning down the White Lions of Trace with good focus fire from the Hobgoblin Archers. More shots coming in from the Hell Cannons, and that's a good response. Second he sees Teclis get on top of the crew, Ogla Khan's boys come out. And if they actually surrounded Teclis, they might be able to kill him. Because they do decent damage. He's not like a good combatant lord. He's got low armor. They could chip him down, and then if he tries to run from being broken or routing, that pelt is like Tears of Nurgle that the Pestigors have, lowering speed by 75%. Definitely be able to do good work against him if they were able to get on top of him. Fireglaves do get jumped on. Flock of Doom popped on top of him, doing some work. Some fire from Ogla Khan's Wolf Boys poking in against this guy. But Teclis, he does have a Potion of Koroi. He did just pop one. Mitigating some of the damage, but does need to get out of here from the AP Halberds, which are doing nasty work. And then the Demon's Tongue goes down pretty early. Very good focus fire from Tima. Definitely knowing how to respond to those very powerful train units. And focusing it down very nicely, getting rid of it in the early going. But down pretty big otherwise. And pretty punishing shots coming in here from the Hell Cannons. Hitting into the Fireborn, and that regrowth's nice. But the problem is, you see there are 3 models going down. The Hell Cannons are just going to mitigate all of the healing these guys are getting by actually outright killing the models. Regrowth means nothing at this point. It's basically just a very expensive waste of magic. Which is unfortunate. I mean, you do kind of want to pop it here. And you're kind of forced into the situation with using it. But they're very overextended. I mean, you can see here they've got no infantry support pushed up to help them. They're just all alone in the middle here. Like, this is a way too expensive of a unit to be thrown up like this. Like, just keeping them back and just, like, boxing out, like, the chaff that's trying to shut down your, missiles would be a better use of your time, even. I know it's not, like, pretty work for the Fireborn to be doing, but it's better than sending them forward to get dragged down and shot to pieces by all these units. Decent Hellhammer here. Could have been a little bit cleaner in its lineup, but nothing to scoff at. I mean, half health on another Lothern Sea Guard. and punishing archer lines when you can't really get to them is always a good idea, always worth your while. Poor Teclis, man, not able to find anywhere safe. He's getting dragged down by the Bull Centaur Renders who got on him just for a second there. Ripping into him. He does get saved by the Illyrian Reaver archers, but that does come at a cost. These Illyrian Reavers are going to get absolutely massacred by the Bull Centaurs, who have 700 value already. Illyrian Reavers just feeding into this loss of life for the elves here. They will do decent damage on the charge, but the problem is they had a unit out here, one model that they impacted on, and then the rest of the guys just kind of like waddled up really nicely and just decided to get some tea and biscuits with the Bull Centaur Renders. But Bull Centaurs have no time for such trivialities, and they're just hammering into the Illyrian Reavers, who didn't get the full effect out of their shock damage. You know, they've got a pretty good charge bonus. They should hammer home a little harder, but just a little unlucky getting caught up on the one model and not getting the charge bonus off the way they should have. Astrogoth finishing the work on the middle objective here. Just hordes and hordes of cheap Garbo coming in here, answering the High Elves, and another Hellhammer getting in here, doing a little bit of damage to all the White Lions. Nothing stupendous, but just steady incremental value. It's the name of the game, man. Sometimes it's all you need to win a game. And Zagan has been really on point with that. And these Hell Cannons, unanswered the entire game. Cannot let this happen. It's kind of hard to shut Hell Cannons down, though. I do understand not having a great response to them, but I don't know, maybe having a dragon or something in the back pocket that can fly over and just breath attack these guys would be worth it. As it stands, they just get to fire for free all game, and they haven't gotten tremendous value. They're just paying for themselves. But at the end of the day, they're going to get unsummoned, and they're going to give a rebate on value to your opponent as well. And if they paid for themselves and they give back like 500 gold, I mean, you can add another 500 on to the effective value that they have. So that's kind of how I see it, how I think of it. Sometimes you can't shut artillery down, you gotta weather it. In which case, you know, you gotta play much closer together and just do what you can to shoot off all of the other units that the Chaos Dwarves have. Chaos Dwarves are very expensive, and focusing down their elite units is definitely the way to go. It's just a bit of a shame that the High Elves are still struggling, man. Someone will come out and just like prove the prowess of these guys, I feel, at some point, but as it stands right now, I feel like High Elves are kind of a C tier faction. Like high C tier, maybe bottom of B. They're just, they're a little lackluster in a lot of areas. It's just going to take a lot of, like, specialist attention and play to make the most out of their very diverse roster. It's kind of the same situation that Warriors of Chaos are in, where Warriors of Chaos have, on paper, all of these amazing options, all of these cool units, and they just don't do well in tournaments. Like, they do not have good results. And it's almost unexplainable because it really doesn't make sense when you look at the roster. You've got everything. You've got all of the best units from all of these different factions, but it just doesn't work together very well for some reason.
Victory point.
But that's probably going to be it for this one, guys. We're going to leave it off here. And I'm getting pretty tired. I'm definitely flagging in energy. And I will go through, I'll check out some of the other replays after I've eaten, taken care of myself, and I'll come back and I'll do some casts of some of the other games. Depending on how good all of the matches are, I might do another stream tomorrow and do the rest of the replays that people have sent me. But yeah, GG's, guys. Great tournament today. thank you all for showing out and showing up. I really appreciate it. And I hope